All right. Another Saturday night. Therefore, another Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. I wanted to come on quickly, let you guys know what we have in store. Of course, every time I start to get on here, that's when my phone starts making noise, right? If you can hear my voice, do me a favor and drop a 1 for me in the chat. If you could do me that favor. I noticed that someone dropped a 1 for me last week, but it ended up in the comment section, and I saw it after the show. So I don't know why that is, but make sure you're in the live chat. Drop a 1 for me. Okay. Pro Black Perspective just dropped a 1, so I appreciate that. So you guys can hear me. So what do we have in store tonight? Tonight we're going to talk about the potential programming of Black women from TV and movies of the 80s. We're going to talk about misandry noir, or feminism, by the older generation. We're going to talk about a story that the prompt basically says he cheated on their mom. That's it. So we'll have to see what that's about. We're going to talk about why we are ignoring UNESCO still. We're going to talk about Harvard professor gets resigned by right-wing Jewish billionaire contributors. I saw that story this week too. I'm sure most of you did as well. And I have a possible here. If we don't get to it, we'll do it next week. South Africa charges Israel for genocide. Just a reminder, if you post topics on the Discord, keep the topic itself succinct, and also give me timestamps on the video. I have a video right now. I don't know what the timestamps are, and I cannot play a full 30-minute video. So make sure you give me the timestamps. In the meantime, I'm going to start the show officially. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1, as well as introduce any and all of my panelists. So you guys do stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron, on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, y'all. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. As we do every Saturday at 8 p.m., the Shoot the Breeze segment of the podcast. I'm building up my interview list for the first quarter of the year. If there's people that you think would be dope to interview on this podcast, let me know. And I will try to reach out to them. It's also helpful when you guys also reach out to them and say, hey, I think you'd be great if you were on this, the Bitter Medicine podcast as well. Without further ado, let me welcome in my panelists for tonight. First, we got Oni from the Pro Black Perspective. How are you this week?
I'm cool. Thanks for having us, man. Everything's cool.
Good. Thanks for coming through. Let's welcome in our boy Buana as well. How are you this week?
I'm good, brother. I hope y'all brothers are doing good. You, Kingston, I hope y'all brothers are going good.
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Thanks for coming through again, as always. As always, the link to join the panel is posted at the top of the chat. It's pinned there, actually. So you guys are free to join. Again, probably a couple of months in a row now I've been saying it, but ladies, click the link, join us. We'd like to hear your perspectives as well. Without further ado, man, let's just get into it, I guess. Shoot a breeze, topic number one. Shout out to Trigger Happy 262 Plus out there in the chat. He's the only person I see speaking up in the chat tonight. So shout out to him. Shoot a breeze, topic number one says, the programming of the black woman against her man by her mother. Was TV and movies the molds that created the gender war since the 80s? This comes with a link. Let me share it with you guys. Okay. Let me share it with you guys. So it looks like an episode of, is that Sanford? Yeah, it looks like Sanford and Son. Let's watch it. Now, again, I didn't get good timestamps for this, so I'm going to play I'll play as much of it as I can, and then we'll discuss it.
You mean give them both up? What you need is a change. Forget about Wallace. Forget about Ray. Forget about Ray twice. Olivia comes first.
You're right. Now, why didn't I think about that before?
Look out for numero uno.
Now you're talking.
You need a break.
Broaden my horizon.
Spread your wings and fly.
Mama, you are so wonderful. You are so wise.
You need a new lease on life, a new world to conquer.
I need to go to Guam.
What did I say?
Anita, hey, it's Olivia. Look, I'll fill you in on the details tomorrow, but I want your old job. Yeah. Hey, I am Guamward bound. Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful day, and I've got some great news.
Gwen already told us the news.
Well, then you must have a million questions. Just one. Where's Guam? Right there.
That's not a place, that's a dot.
That dot happens to be 35 miles long, and it is a tropical paradise.
And I hear it's so dull that one day the tide went out and never came back.
I can't go to the tropics. I drive like a prune.
Mama, you told me to look out for numero uno. I'm taking your advice.
Well, who told you to take it halfway around the world?
Anyway, you're not going.
What?
Look, Mama, it's not me. It's the Army. They only allow for dependent children. You can stay with Aunt Rilla.
Oh, I can drag myself down to the dump and die.
All right, I'm going to end that there. I think that was only supposed to be like a minute long. Again, guys, put the timestamps. I can't figure this stuff out live on the air and all that kind of stuff. I think it was that first part. There was no timestamp given. So I think it was I think this was supposed to be a clip, and a clip is supposed to be like a minute long, but for whatever reason, how it posted up, um, it didn't seem to play the clip. So I'm not sure exactly. But I think it's that first part, the advice from the mama to the daughter about, taking time for yourself. I think that's the part of it. Oni, what did you take from that clip? At least the first part of that clip.
Well, I don't know if that was Sanford and Son. I see Sanford and Son, but I don't know what show that was. But like, there's two parts to it. One, first off, this is a comedy. This is a comedy skit. Comedy skits have stupid storylines all the time. Two, and this is the more deep end part. Yeah, people who write the comedy skits might not have your best interest in mind. You know what I mean? Like they probably wouldn't recommend that for their own families. But as far as but like I'm not gonna hyper analyze some obscure, like this is not even Sanford and Son. This is not even like this was like I don't even know if this even aired. Like this might be the pilot, like it might not even be a show for real. But I think I know that lady from 227. I'm not sure though. The mother, the grandmother, or whatever, or the mother. But other than that, I mean, there's not much to like. I don't like. I wish we had a timestamp. But the programming of the black woman against her man by her mother. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like this is a reach. This is y'all ever see Space Jam where Michael Jordan's trying to dunk and they all hold him back and then he just stretches his arm all the way? Like that's this. That's just a big reach to find some obscure movie from the 80s or some obscure TV show from the 80s and one line and be like, damn, you see how the black like, nah, I'm sorry. Too much right there.
I will say, and shout out to Real Black Gentleman who's out in the chat saying what's up to everyone. The time it's unfortunate that the stamp didn't come through, which is now going to change the next topic because I don't have a timestamp for that either. And I think the next one is from Sanford and Son. But I think the general idea is that a lot of these tropes like feminism and whatnot is propagandized through media, through television shows. So I think that's what the poster was really trying to get at. Look at how this mother is telling her daughter, forget about this man or at least don't concern yourself all the time with this man or whatever. I think that's what the poster is trying to get at. But unfortunately, I don't have the exact timestamp. But Buana, what say you to this?
Yeah, so there are several things happening here because I understand what it was trying to get at. I think that this example was just not the best example. So because what I would say is there was a movie called The Color Purple. The Color Purple was made, well, really the Color Purple was a movie created off of a book by a feminist woman named Alice Walker. Alice Walker she was a lesbian. I think that she married a white lady or whatever. She had weird relationships, but she was a black lady, black intellectual lady, feminist, and she worked with Spielberg to create this movie called The Color Purple. Now that example really went universal. Actually that movie went global, and in that movie, every man in that movie had no reparative value. All of them was most of the men, 90% of the men in that movie, in particular black men, were scumbags. Right? So it it gave the idea and the philosophy of black girl magic, do for yourself, don't look for your don't look for your the black male to help, assist, or guide you. You all have to depend on yourselves for everything. And that message that was given by Alex Walker and the Jew, right, created this idea. Not only that, but there are also social welfare programs who was happening in America. No man in the house rule. All these things culminated in this idea of I don't need no trying to do nothing for me. I have to worry about myself. What is interesting is this lady has 2 children. If you have 2 children, your life is not necessarily your own anymore. You can't say, I gotta do whatever I gotta do for myself." You have 2 children you brought into this planet, so your life is not necessarily no longer your own. Also, where's the dad? Where's the father? Where's the father? These are thought-provoking ideas that enters the mind of the viewer, because now all it is like we don't necessarily need a man. We could raise children on our own, and we could go off and have a vacation. And this whole idea is really breaking away from the formal family structure, conservative family structure that we was used to prior to the 80s. And you have to understand where these ideas came from. And these ideas came from women like Alice Walker, and when you dig a little bit deeper, women like Gloria Steinem and the feminist movement, what was happening in America, which really poisoned the well of the family structure, of the black family structure, not only in America, but really among the educated class of black women, because many of our women got caught up in this notion. I still have these ideas of, girl, we don't need no, and then you see these weird things happening in the culture, where you see these 40 and 50-year-old women having babies now because they neglected the whole idea of family, prolonged that to have a life, quote unquote life, and they waited until they 50 and 40 to all of a sudden decide to become mothers. It's just really this. It's just like real reprobate nonsense, and it never got questioned. But now, what's entering the discussion is the ideas of why these things are not necessarily beneficial for our community. You can't live in a silo where you live outside outside the scope of your community and everyone else, and everything you just doing everything for yourself and yourself alone. That's not workable when you living in a context of your community should benefit from the things you actively do, not necessarily you by yourself all the time. You're not gonna go very far with that kind of philosophy and idea. You're not gonna go very far with that philosophy and idea. And I think that not only women like Alice Walker, but I think that people like Oprah Winfrey proliferated these kinds of ideas. She was actually in The Color Purple, I think. So these kinds of wicked solutions and ideas, I think that they have seen its zenith right now, but we see the pulling apart of our culture and family structure because of these ideas. It's gone too far. We need to go back to what we actually, the foundations, what we actually knew to get our society and our communities together, because these things have proven themselves not to be workable. The female person, and I don't want to put this bag all on the female, and and I want the audience to hear me, but the female has been in charge of the so-called black family since the 80s, 70s to up until now. Has that been a benefit, great benefit to our community as we see it right now? Has that been a great benefit having a female as the head of the home? Has that been a great benefit? And that's the things that we should ask ourselves. This independency is nonsense. We don't have to answer to our black man, but I'll stop there and let the other brothers go, man.
While I was cooking them, I like that. I just want all of us to be consistent with our thoughts on these types of things too. But I like what Juana was saying. Let's welcome in our brother Anthony McPhail this week. Anthony, we missed you last week. We saw you in the chat, but how are you this week?
I'm doing fine, Coco, man. Peace to all the brothers and sisters on the panel and in the chat, man.
Yes, sir.
I mean, yeah, when last week I lost my uncle,
Oh man, condolences.
Oh, condolences, Anthony. Condolences, brother.
Thank you. One of my uncles had passed.
Condolences.
So, everybody was over there, over there trying to console the family, But yeah, that's what that was. But yeah, man. But I'm good though. I'm straight, man. I'm straight. This one right here, man. This really, Boyler took everything I wanted to say. He took everything. I was hoping he had missed out on that part about Gloria Steinem. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he took it. He hit it on the head, man. You know, and he hit it on the head. This definitely was something from the top down, man. In my opinion, this from the top down. You know, like if you remember Good Times, y'all remember the show Good Times?
Yes,
Oh
sir.
yeah,
Yes,
good
sir.
times. Yeah.
Good Times. Now, in Good Times, you know that old Jude, what's his name? I think it was Norman Lear. One of them, you know, he had he wanted to take the father out of that family. But Lady Miss Estelle, I can't think of her last name.
Esther
But
Rowe.
Esther Rowe, she said that she put her foot down and said, "No, if you do that, I ain't gonna do it. No, I'm not gonna play the role. You got to get somebody else to do it." You know, they wanted to take the father out of the role, you know, and make it that role, that typical, you know, that strong black woman thing. And when I say strong black woman, I'm not saying like in the positive way. I'm saying in that way that we talking about. I don't need no man. I can do it all for myself. You know what I'm saying? But she put her foot down there and she said, "No, I'm gonna have in my family, it's gonna be a man, a father figure in the family." You know, and she put her foot in, and they gave in to it. You know, they kept James around until they finally had, you know, they counseled him because James, them, you know, got tired of all the cooning and stuff they were doing with the JJ character. But she, it's definitely, I think, cause see, when I growed up, man, I never heard nothing like that. I'm gonna tell you a story real quick if just bear with me just for a second. Okay, now I'm 56 years old. My mom, you know, gave birth to me when she was like 18. She was 19. Now she wasn't married, and she had you know, she was with a boyfriend. Well, the boyfriend, when she got pregnant, the boyfriend left. Now my father. Okay, the next time I seen him, I was 5 years old. The next time I seen him after that, I was 12 years old. The next time I seen him after that, I was 42 years old. And this brother lived right across town from me. And never one time did he even ever try to look for me. Now, you know, and, you know, of course I had a little resentment, you know, and everything. But one thing about it, my mom she always told me, she said, "That's still your daddy." Regardless of him not being in your life like that. And she had every right to be like that. But she said, "That's still your daddy." You know what? Whenever I got to I was going to talk bad about him, she said, "Don't do that." She told me not to do that. And my mom raised me, and I got 3 other brothers. You know what I'm saying? And she raised all us by ourselves. And like my brothers, we had different fathers. No, they all had the same father, but you know, I have my father. And and that relationship ended kind of bad too. He happened to be an abuser. But what I'm saying, anytime we ever, kind of like got pissed off or mad at them, you know, she said, "That's your daddy." And she said, "Don't do that. Don't do that." And so I'm saying that what we seeing in the movies, like the with Color Purple and all that stuff. Man, I've never seen that growing up. I mean, I'm quite sure it happened somewhere, but I've never seen that. And my mama had all of the smoke, she had everything that could have made her go that way, but she didn't do it. But I'm saying, I think it's just it's a propaganda thing, man. It's a propaganda thing. You know, cause a division between black men and black women. Look at Gloria Steinem with that white family. You know, that woman was an agent back from the CIA or somebody. You know what I'm saying? That was her job. That was part of her job. You know, to create that division. You know, with this, you know, white women will love, you know, respect you more than your black man. You know what I mean? I don't want to go on too far, man, you know, but yeah, that's how I feel about it though, man. I think it's from the top, because growing up, I never did see that. I'm quite sure it happened somewhere, but I didn't see that, man. Like I say, my mom, she could have been one of those type, but she never was that type. And I'd knock off right there, man. I'm sorry going on too long.
Hey, Anthony, you ever ask when you became a man, right? You ever go into your partner and ask him, you know, why you pissed off and never like really check until like you ever ask him what's up?
Yep. All right. When I met him when I was 42, I had I met one of his brothers, one of my uncles. I met him and I was talking to him and I said, "Man, you know, because I had been trying to get in contact with him. But you know, at some point you like, well, man, if you don't want to see me, what I keep on spending my energy for?" But I put that out there and he went back and he talked to him and he finally came to my house, man. And we set up, we talked and we chopped and we had a good conversation. There was no swing and I wasn't pissed off at him because I was grown now. You know, I mean, I'm grown. I'm doing good. I mean, it wasn't enough for me to be upset about. You know, I missed out on a lot of things and went through a lot of things. You know that, if he had been there, it would have been better. But at the same time, though, I mean, I wasn't mad, man. We shook hands. I embraced him. You know what I'm saying? And we left like that. But the sad thing about it, I ain't seen him since then.
That's crazy.
But yeah,
That's crazy. That's crazy.
yeah.
You ever think that he probably was ashamed of himself? I mean, cause
It's that,
like,
it's that, it's that part. It's that part too. But another part, what I left out, the woman that he married, like after he broke up with my mom, he married this woman, and the sister was kind of crazy. Like, I mean, she was like, "No, don't you go over there." You
okay,
know,
okay.
so
Oh
I
yeah,
had to throw that in right there. So yeah,
yeah. I understand that. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that
Okay.
story, Anthony.
All right, I appreciate it.
But yeah, it's a top down thing, like Anthony is saying, I think. And I've always said, or I've long said, I wish I could be a fly on the wall in those meetings that these types of things lead to, right? Like the meetings that say, okay, well, we have to, I'd be curious how they talk about it. How they talk about we got to push a certain narrative, how we got to push just propaganda, how we got to indoctrinate through these shows. And I would like to see how they go about selecting these shows and stuff. It's just a curiosity I have.
Well, I wanted to add something a little quick. So one thing I did was I started reading some of this old socialist literature, right? And the thing is this, that they're not the only population, but the socialists are trying to destroy the monogamous family. A part of their objective is to get rid of monogamous families and particularly have women and men go into what they call like free sex unions type thing, like basically that kind of stuff, right? So, and they're not the only population, right? I think I'm gonna try to have to disclose it a little later in a book or whatever, but the point is that there's a lot of people who are bent on destroying the monogamous family, right? The thing is this: suckers don't see it. Suckers don't peep game, and unfortunately, Black Americans, strapped for cash, are gonna be suckers. They're going to be suckers, and you're gonna fall for it. Hook. 9 times out of 10, because people with more money are gonna say, you know what, we can use this for the propaganda because they don't get it. And then all you really got to think is, because right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to write a new ideology, like an ideology. But let's say you say to yourself, I don't write an ideology. What is the ideology of Black Americans? Like, what is the ideology? And for the most part, most of us will guess we're liberals, generally speaking. Some people might even say socially conservative, financially liberal, or something like that. I don't know what the word is, but you know what I'm saying, right? But the reality is this: as long as your ideology is from another people, right? As long as your ideology, because those things, conservative, liberal, those are white folks stuff, right? As long as your ideology is from another people, right? You can be penetrated by another people, no pun intended. And so this is what we see. Again, the socialists. You read Engels, okay? Engels is writing in 1870 something. He's writing in 1850 something. He's writing when African people were enslaved, in America. He's not thinking about you. He's saying, how can I destroy the monogamous family in Europe? Okay, he's not thinking about African Americans. He's like, how can I destroy the monogamous family in Europe? But you know damn well that today, in this day and age, that a good percentage of us are down for the socialists, down for the Marxists, down for the so on and so forth. Those socialists, those Marxists, what they want to do is destroy the monogamous family. If you don't believe me, pick up the book by Engels. I read it on freaking on Pro-Black Perspective. But even so, you don't have to listen to that. You could just go to Engels' work. I can't remember what it's called, like family type shit. Maybe I'll type it in the chat. But you just open it, you look to the chapter that says monogamous marriages, or the monogamous family, and you just read it, and you see, yes, he says it in blue and in black and white. He says it, get rid of the monogamous family. And this is Engels, or this is Marx's right-hand man. I just want y'all to peep that. So it's not even about Black women. It's not even about the Black community. It's really about certain demographics, including socialists, not just limited to socialists, but certain demographics are about destroying the monogamous family, and you just got to peep game. They're just using us because who else who else is desperate enough, and they're using their own people too, but they use us and other desperate people. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's a good distinction. After you finish, I was going to say that sure, they've been brutal to themselves, but when there's one of us who enters into the room, they will turn and be most brutal to us. So yeah, I could definitely see where I could definitely see where there's this ideology that's supposed to harm the general masses, but because we're so susceptible to much of it, it harms us. It tends to find us, I find, the most. Before I get to my next panelist, let me read a couple of things from the chat. Trigger Happy 262 says, also, it doesn't make sense that people who were previously oppressed would have the same power dynamics of enslavers of plantations. He goes on to say, I think any Black communities should be analyzed from the point of said communities being incomplete in family structures as opposed to the male or female being the head. Black families are occupied. He also gave condolences to Anthony, as we all did as well. Jose is here saying what's up to everyone. He says they feed sentiments that are already present. That's a fact. Then make it look like it's the norm. After that, people actually think that they have to behave like that. Same goes for the music industry. Academia is big for that too. I talked about that a little while ago. Academia is good at listening to what a handful of college students is talking about, and then a few of those academics turn that into a wave, and they ride that wave for their own personal use too, and then it becomes a thing for everyone. Talawa Adodo, I think you might be new here. Sorry. Talawa says ideological diversity equals diversity in political confusion. He goes on to say socialist Black people know more about Europe than themselves. That's their problem, right? With all of that said and heard, let's welcome in our boy Erzuli to the conversation. Erzuli, how are you this week?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Erzuli, mic is muted if you're talking.
I'm talking.
Oh, no, we can hear him.
I
can hear him. Can you hear him?
No, I can't.
I hear it.
Really?
No, I can hear him. I can hear him.
I'm gonna say this. Only you pissed me off just now for your take, but I'm gonna go this. We just put something that said the stem. There was 3 videos of this where she's going in, where different people are trying to talk her out of a family unit. So first of all, in that season, the father of the children runs away because he's into debt. He's not a quality husband. He runs away because he plays the numbers a lot. So they were trying to kill him. So he runs away, leaves the family, doesn't tell the family where he's going. So the mother, after a couple of years, starts dating somebody, and then she files for divorce. Somehow he gets that she's going to file for divorce because she needs to divorce him so she could get married to the brother that you see there, the army brother in there. But throughout the season, it's a 13th season. It only lasted 1 season. Throughout that season, they're making fun of the father. They're showing you how he's not a husband, how he's not financially secure, and all of that. And the other brother, who's the military man, who's trying to marry her, is financially secure, but they make him like he's a dork. He's a dork. He's a nerd. He has no swag. He has no style. He's just a square. So, and there they're showing you that the woman is probably dating this guy, the square, for financial reasons, so she could be secure. When the father comes back, he has the swag, he's handsome, he has everything, but he doesn't have the responsibility, he's not accountable, even though he tries to apologize. So one of the previous videos that I sent, it's a woman from the other race who's trying to tell her to go take the job and do whatever you want to do, live your life. And then in this video, the mother is telling her, I see that somebody just said that before. I don't know if it wasn't on the chat, but her mother, if you listen to what she said, "Oh, mother, I thought you said you stay there for the love of the children or whatever." And the mother said, "I didn't like it." And then she goes, "So why would I do that? I want to be happy." And at the end of the season, she doesn't marry either. She chooses to herself, her career, and all of that. So for somebody to say this is nothing, or this is just we didn't even know the show is of that, or that, you don't know the show is. But that guy who plays the father was a good at he was in Fathers and Son. Somebody said it. I forgot the show.
I'm a Sanford and Son. Yeah.
Yeah, Sanford and Son. He was in there, so he was popular at the time. So I'm just saying that a lot of things that people think is for entertainment, it is not for entertainment. And one thing I'm gonna say is maybe the show did not take off because the women at the time were not fully sold on it. Maybe the women at the time were like, I see what you're saying, yes, but nah, we're not doing that. So now, sticking to what Boana said, like about let's use the color purple. I didn't watch the one that just came out, but the first one. Was there any black man that was righteous? I'm not saying some black men didn't do what Alice Walker claimed, but the majority didn't. Where is the black man in that book or in that movie that was like, nah, you're not doing this to my daughter. You're not doing this. Where was the juxtaposition between the good black brother and it's like everybody in that color purple, to me as a kid when I watched it, it seems like the brothers were mean. The brothers didn't like the women. The brothers were just straight mean. So this show right here, for us to say, oh, that was just a show. Oh, it was nothing. What are we talking about? That young lady right now, if that show came out this era, that show would have been popular. It's granted maybe to the fact that the women at that time, even though they were having that difficulty with our brothers, they was like, we're not gonna be sold too much on that one. For people to say, oh, this is just bro. It says, baby, the name of the show is Baby I'm Back. If you go look at it, the father, handsome, swag, got the dress, he got everything. This brother, the one that was financially secure, a square, can't take certain jokes, have the weird ass jokes, all of that. But he was ready. You see how they made him bald? You think that's by accident? You see that they made him wear glasses? You think that's by accident? And her mother, even though she was the stay-at-home mother, even though she took her to the house, she had grudges against her husband. So that's what they put in that show. And what kills me is that a lot of people think this is entertainment. Oh, that's nothing. That was just a show. Nobody knew it. The reason maybe they didn't know it because the women at the time, and the kids loved their father. And that's the good thing about the show. The daughter, you couldn't turn the daughter against her father. That was one of the good things about it, because I watched the episode. The son, he was a little bit mad at the father for leaving. But the daughter, that was to be fair in that show, the father couldn't do anything wrong in the daughter's eye. And then the son, when the father came out, because he's a boy, he maybe 4 shows in, then he started warming up to the father. The daughter just warmed up automatically. But I'm just saying, for these shows, it's programming in these shows. Whether we want to say it's good or bad, it's not like, oh, these shows just a show. So if this show is only 13 seasons, if you have time, watch it on YouTube. It's for free. And this lady, the mother, was very, very hateful toward the father. Granted, maybe because the father ran away and stuff like that. Again, They wrote the character like that. They wrote the character for the father to be a deadbeat, ran, because his life was not proper. He was into the criminal underground world. Literally, not he wasn't a killer or whatever, but he used to play the numbers. So we want to say, oh, we want to act like, oh, these things are just, but that show that was in 1978. It's it was, let me see, Baby I'm Back. It was in 1978, 1977. It was on CBS. It's Earl in 1978. So we say this. So I mean, that's all I have to say, bro. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I do believe that that is propaganda. Someone has to mute their mic. I do believe propaganda in television, and I agree with you in that a lot of us just think it's entertainment. I remember listening to Griff one time. This is when that show was out with Juicy Smollett and them. I forget the name of it now, but when that show was out, Griff made a comment. He said, I forget, he was talking to someone, and the person was like, "Oh, you watch that show?" And he was like, "Yeah, I could afford to watch it because I have knowledge of self. I understand the game." And I think that's an important thing. Me personally, when I watch TV shows, especially with my own, with my children, I tend to sit down and point out the propaganda to the point now where they point it out to me now. And I think it's important that we do have what Trigger Happy would call this media analysis, where we look at these shows and we point out, you're being propagandized here. Is this specifically, to Oni's point, is it specifically to Black people? Perhaps not. But by now, we should have the understanding that a lot of this propaganda does propagandize us, whether it's intended to only propagandize us or not. I want to shout out the folks who came in. And let me say something. I'm not going to get into it directly, but y'all please cut down on the negativity, man. Cut down on the negativity, man. We come here every week to have a discussion. Let's have the discussion. Let people, speak on what they want to speak on, and we just deal with the conversation as is. Let's not be negative about what folks are saying. Shout out to the matron who's out there too. Shout out to Bakari who said peace and black power to everyone. And shout out to some of the new guys. It looks like Buana invited some new folks. Buana, you want to say something? Oh, it sounded like
I find it interesting. One of the things that are really can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I found it interesting. One of the things was Willie said just now. As a movie producer or as a movie maker, he would see these things and it would resonate to him immediately. Where I didn't catch it. He said that the military guy was bald. He said that you think that's by happenstance because Razuli makes movies, so he would know what is going to attract the attention of a certain viewer and what's not. Because if you look at the military guy is bald. So obviously the attraction level is going to fall for him. But the guy who was attractive is a guy who's a layabout. He's a do nothing. The Caribbeans call him waste man. He's a waste man. And if you think about it, in the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Will Smith was attractive because he was cool and he was hip and all these other things. But Will Smith was the dumb character. The intelligent character was Carlton. But they made the Carlton the less cool person, the nerdy guy, the guy who liked to dance the white music in a weird way or whatever. But Carlton was an informed black man. He understood investments. He understood business. He understood many different things. But they want the female to be more attracted to the Will Smith. But the Will Smith was a stupid character. The Carlton Vice was the more intelligent one. See, the movie maker would know to put these kinds of things and leave out certain things. This is what happened behind the scenes of a movie, and this is how they send indirect messages and programming This is how you condition the mind of people. And our women have been conditioned in a certain way. What is cool? The guy who gonna look good, who gonna wear a nice bed, who gonna smell nice or whatever. But that guy, ultimately at the end of the day, he has no job. He's not gonna pay off. He smokes weed. He lives on the side of the corner. He's a do nothing all. But the guy who does a myriad of different things to bring income into his family, the guy who is consistently there. How is he looked at in media? He's the chump. He's the simp. So it's interesting how they send indirect messages to to really break down the family our family structure because they give our black women tastes what to chase after and what to reject in the same way they do it to us too. I don't know how they do it with the women, but they definitely do it in terms of sending indirect messages to our women to say, well, you shouldn't be attracted to the hard working man who works all the time, who brings in income. He may be chubby, he may be bald, but that's just a thing of life. You're gonna get old, you're gonna lose your hair. It's like, yeah, why wouldn't he be attractive anymore? But it's just interesting how they send indirect messages. And I think it's important our filmmakers point these things out. People like Razuli come on and show these things because I would have that small little detail is a very important feature. But I'll just leave it there and let the brothers go.
I'll just add to what Buana said. For the guys, they give us what they call the video vixens, right? The light skins in the music videos and all that kind of stuff, right? They give us a certain body type. So that's how they push it on us. You see what I'm saying? Also, good point from a few of you in the chat about Carlton was not really in touch with everyday black folks. But the point that is a point, but that's a different point. I think the point being made is that within whatever it is we're in right now, the smart black man who was a square was put down constantly. Whereas a lot of people don't like the terminology, but Will Smith was kind of like a Pookie in a sense. He was elevated, right? He was out in Philly carrying on like the fool, and he was shipped out there, this, that, and the other. So while I understand your point about Carlton is not really representative of an African man, I get it. But within that reality, what really it wasn't so much about him not being an African man. It was about here's a sensible, intelligent brother, but we're gonna shit on him at every go. Whereas the slacker is the one who pulls the chicks and all that kind of thing. We have to be very we have to be very aware of these things, man, and how that translates to a lot of people. Yeah, make it quick because I have someone else.
Go ahead. I'll go back after the person. Go ahead.
All right, let's welcome in Jose.
Yes, I came in after that comment because let me apologize because it was not me and only before we had some some friction, but it was not intended that way. It was really aimed at the view that Americans have of socialism. So it was not personally, but let me tell my story, right? So I already typed some of it in the comments, but the movie The Color Purple was turned my family upside down, like the three sisters, like my mother and her two sisters, they changed. It was like that movie gave them a stick to actually do what I think is behind. It's completely the opposite of socialism. I think capitalism is behind it. We are all about the same age, right? We are mid-50s, right? Well, the majority of us are mid-50s, right? And so when I was about 11, 12, that's when that movie came out, right? And I saw something. Nowadays it's LGBTQ that is being pushed to youngsters, and back then it was divorce that was being pushed to youngsters. And in that age, at that age, I already had the thought, hey, wait a minute. There's a force behind it. They are selling, they are selling two couches, two living rooms with everything that a living room needs when people divorce. The parents compete for the love of the children by bombarding them with toys and shit. So very young, maybe extremely young, I realized that it was commerce that was behind it, and that's my explanation of my reaction in the chat. So yeah, it may come over negative, but that was the sentiment behind that. You must have been reading American books, shaking my head. So I hope my apology and my explanation is yeah, that's it.
Appreciate that, Jose, and thanks for coming through. Does anyone else want to add any further thoughts? I know Zuli wanted to add something. You could go ahead now, and then whoever wants to add after Zuli is done, go ahead and add.
Oh wait, about sorry about us. I think it stuck with us because we have no power. So this bomb, this how did this waste man. I think because of this image of this waste man, this man with no power. I think with us it stuck. So it was not aimed at us. It was everybody has to divorce and have two households, so we can sell double the households, right. But I think it only stuck with us, but it was not aimed at us. Everybody was supposed to divorce. That was it. Sorry, I forgot to add that, and that's it. Thanks.
I want to say this. Where I see what Bawana is talking, I'm going to say something different. I understand what Bawana is saying with the Will Smith character. Will Smith character, I don't disagree, was a pookie. He was misguided, but when he came in and he got into the right neighborhood or right uncle, the Will Smith character thrived. He went to college. He did all of that. But my thing is, why can't the Will Smith character or be smart like Carlton? Why does Carlton have to be swagless? It's done for that to make women pushed away from guys like that, even though they have all the qualities. So Carlton, whether and even in the show, Carlton was smart, but Carlton wasn't. I think Carlton was book smart. I don't think Carlton was street smart or common sense wise. So I understand what Buona is talking, but is saying. But at the end of the day, we should look at it. Why did the writers do that? Why did the writers make Will Smith? Why couldn't Carlton have been a square from the hood who moved in with Uncle Phil? And let's say Will Smith was the kid who had swag and was smart and doing all of that. And and another thing I wanted to say is that this, I don't know if people saw that TV show. It's called The Changeling. It was on Apple TV, where this brother is dating the sister. The sister goes to Brazil. She meets with like a witch woman, and the witch woman ties a red thing in her wrist and tells her, "Do not cut this until your 3 wishes come true." She goes back home, reunite with the ex-boyfriend. He cuts the string, and everything starts going to shit. So it's just like I understand what people are saying, but you just got to pay attention to some of those things and stuff like that to be aware of. Like when you're watching TV or whatever, it's like even like that. What's that? What's that song by Neo? Oh, I I love her because Miss Independent. She pays for her own thing. Now we met at women.
It's called She's Got Her Own Thing.
For doing exactly what the song, they put that song out. She's Miss Independent. She pays for her own stuff. She does this. She does that. She don't need my money. So now when the sisters are saying I don't need y'all, I make my money. Now you're mad. But everybody, including men, whoa, this song is dope. And again, that song was not put there for just enjoyment. They did that on purpose.
Who is they? Who is they? The singers? They wrote the song on purpose to break the family?
The singers don't know shit. They just puppets. That song could have been number 15 on Neo's album, but that song was pushed to the top of the charts, was played over and over and over and over again. And I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that I don't like a woman who has her own thing. We're not saying that. But that comes with, I don't need a man. What you there for?
Can I say something?
Go ahead, bro.
Only we believe that whites have this type of power, man. They do everything. They do everything. What do we do?
Bro,
I agree with Jose a little bit because I think that's a bit of a stretch. I think more women, if you take a poll, I think more women love that song than men that love R&B that love that song. But to say that it was put there to have a divide there, it was already unfortunately a divide between the sexes among the black community. I mean, you got the Manosphere, you had Kevin Samuels,
that song was there before the Manosphere, bro. That song was there before the Manosphere, before Kevin Samuel.
No,
and we're not. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that the song was the one that did that. But I'm saying it fueled it while we were dancing, while we was happy, drinking, and loving that song, putting it on the top of the chart. That's what it was entering our system, our mind. Whether you want to say it or not, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I have a background in music marketing, and surprise, fellas, it's women that buy music. Even all this that ratchet shit and that how do they call it? What they blame rappers for doing? It's women that buy that shit. It's women that buy that
Who wrote it though? Who's singing it? It's a man that's singing it. He put it out there to make money off women.
Exactly. So it's marketing. It's just marketing.
But that's what I'm trying to say, Jose. I'm just saying that music is not there just for the sake of it by itself. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that music is not just, let's put it. What happened to song like R&B right now is like a gender war, just like hip hop. I'm just saying that a lot of time, what I'm trying to say is music that we love, that we got sensitive, that we got attached emotionally with. It was not just for the there was something behind it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, do we remember Jax? That guy that was always talking black men down, and eventually he was caught cheating on his wife. Do we remember that? He was also cashing. He was also cashing on women, selling books and T-shirts and whatever that he did. So it's marketing. Women follow. The louder they say they are independent, the more men they have followed that sold that type of crap. Yeah.
Let's officially welcome in the brother Kofi. He spoke before, but I didn't realize who was talking. Kofi, how are you this week? Thanks for coming through.
I'm doing good. I was invited, but I'm sorry. My brother on the panel. I just had a live, and we had a good discussion, and he invited me on here, and I pretty like what I'm hearing. So a little bit about me. I have my own YouTube channel, Kofi the Black Critic. I'm Guyanese. I'm Guyanese American. I bumped into Jose before. He was on so-called Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, and on Dinus and stuff like that. So, it's a little bit of familiar faces here. One, I do agree with what you're saying, and having family that goes in the military and traveling. We have to understand that things put in media is not done by accident. There's a purpose for it. There's an absolute reason and purpose for it. There are people, believe it or not, in this world or wherever you're from, in the United States, that have never seen a black person. Never seen a black person. And they think that black people, I heard a lot of people that go overseas, especially in Germany, places like that, think that black men have tails. They think that black people are just inherently violent and dysfunctional. And it's like, wait, if you never met a black person before, why are you saying this? Oh, TV. You're like, what? So there's a saying that art depicts reality. So, movies, cinema, things like that, they consider that art. Yeah. Art depicts reality. So we may see it as, oh, that's entertainment. That's just entertainment, right? Other people see it as, no, that's who you are and what you are. So we have to be very responsible. You never see anything very negative about Jewish people. You'll never on TV. You'll never see anything really negative about Hispanic people to a degree where they put a lot of negative images about black people. And that's one thing I about our people that I really don't like is that we let a lot of it go away because, as our brothers say, oh, it's just entertainment. No, it is not. If it's just entertainment, why are we always got to be the butt of the joke when it's entertainment? Why you don't see that about certain segments of other? You can't say that about Jewish people. Jewish people are white. You think you could say something about Jewish people being misers and no, you get canceled. You get canceled right away. So sorry not to be long-winded, but again, I agree with it, and we as a people have to be a lot more responsible for our image, for our images, no matter who we are or where we're from, because the whole world look at us as we're the same. If we're a continental African or Black American or someone from the Caribbean, such as myself, it's a stain on us all. So I'll give the panel back to you guys.
Appreciate that, Kofi. I want to shout out Cheryl as well. I haven't seen your name here before, but thanks for coming through and thanks for participating so much in the chat. Really appreciate you being here. If there's no last words on that topic, because we've been on it for a while, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Again, thanks to everyone who came out tonight, as usual. Thanks to all of you in the chat. Thanks to all of you on the panel. You guys who on the panel, stick around so that we can have a good conversation tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 says, is this positive criticism or insult? This came with a link that takes us to the gram. Let me see if I could get this thing. Let me see. I saw Forecast do it earlier this week. Let me see if I could do it. I could start it from the beginning. All right. Let's check it out. And
American.
We'll discuss it. Oh, I guess there's no sound, so let's just watch it. I'll play it a couple times. So let me see. It's Chinese guy trying to get across a chasm, throws down a board, walks
American.
over. The American hops over to get
African.
The African prays. That's basically what this is demonstrating. The African prays while everyone did the work to get themselves across to the goal. Prays, and then when he goes to do anything, of course he falls into the
American.
So that's the
African.
gist of it. Cheryl in the chat says it's painful to watch, but is true in many ways. So that's
by the way, we can't hear the audio. So you can turn off the audio for a second.
Oh, there is
Chinese.
Audio?
Yeah. It's
very loud.
Yeah,
very loud.
Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't realize it was audio because I can't hear it. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So thanks for letting me know. I don't know what's going on, why I can't hear it. With that said, you guys was able to pick up on what's going on then. I guess he left. I was going to start off with the brother who came on, but I guess he left. Let me start with Jose. Jose, what say you to this? Is this positive criticism or insult?
I'm afraid it's 99% reality. I'm sorry. I say 99% because I've seen very Christian Nigerians in Senegal doing very well as businessmen. So they pray and do the work, but. Too close people too close are like this, people too close in my vicinity, is that the word? They operate like this. They even invited me when I had an infection on my feet. They invited me to come to the church and pray it away, and I was like, nah, you must be kidding. So yeah, I can be short about it. It's I'm afraid it's there's a lot of reality in it, and that's it.
Appreciate that. Kofi the critic, what say you? Or did Kofi drop off? I guess he dropped off too. Let's go to Azuli. Azuli, what say you?
I'm gonna say that it could be. I think it's an insult in a way that okay, it could be an insult. To me, it's an insult because I don't think they. No, you know what? Forget it. It's not an insult because black people don't really tap into the African spirituality. But I think this guy is talking about praying to God or to Jesus or whatever. And if that's what he's saying, if I'm going on to the Christianity and to the Islam, yeah, this is we only relying on faith. But is that because are they saying faith alone can't get you where you going? So, but what they're saying is that Chinese people, American people, don't believe in spirituality. They say it's fake. Then, so are we being are they saying that we're being programmed for failure? So, I mean, it could be both, but the insult that could be positive criticism. Insult is that if our spirituality does work, maybe it's trying to get you away from that, saying it doesn't do nothing. So again, and then again, this is for this to be like an Asian person, and that man looks like an Asian man. So what are they saying? So they're saying that all of that thing we go into Africa, taking all your natural resources off the top with no thing. You go into the mosque, you go into church, and you go into your African spot, and then nothing is happening for y'all. So I mean, I don't know, man. I can see both sides, but right now it looks like it's a criticism that we guys are just insane. Keep praying and we're praying, but it's the same result. We always have to not benefiting from our prayers, if that's what it says. That's all I gotta say.
I'll tell y'all, I've had personal encounters with black folks, in this case, Caribbean black folks who will like, for example, I was tutoring a woman a couple years ago, an older woman too, and I asked her, "Did you practice? Did you study on what we did last time?" And she kind of gave a half-assed tell, was, "No, you really didn't do it." And the exam was coming up, and she said, "Well, I'm going to pray on it. I'm going to pray on it, and my God will get me through." I said, "You better go study that shit." Like, it's some wild stuff. Like, you will find black folks who wholeheartedly, wholesale, will leave it up to prayer. And then the other side of it that I hate is you'll see some black folks who study their ass off, make themselves sick in pursuit of studying this thing, all right, to ace an exam or what have you. And then they'll come back after they pass it, they'll thank God for it. And it's like, but I saw you up 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning by yourself studying. I saw you, hardly eating, right? But they'll come and they'll give someone else that credit. So I do believe there's some truth to it. Is it 100% true? I don't think so, because there's black folks who damn well know how to get their plank and walk across the abyss. But I do think a lot of us tend to leave it up to some higher power that we perceive to be there. So I think that's something that we have to address. That was Azuli. Let me hear from Anthony. Anthony, what say you?
Hey, I'm sorry, Coco. I had stepped off and went to the kitchen for a minute to do something, and I kind of missed the video, but I heard the brothers talking about it. Could you just give me a real quick update about what it was about?
Yeah, in fact, what I'll do, so I kind of figured out the sound issue. I'll play it again.
Chinese, American, African,
I think I got it.
Right, did all that praying and then still fell off the cliff. So
yeah, I got it.
Or is it an insult?
I want to say this. Okay, I ain't gonna say it's an insult. I'm gonna take this position right here, because I think it's basically saying about, okay, no, you like you pray. Remember, okay, I'll put it this way. Remember what that song? I can't remember what song that Bob Marley is saying. Was it Get Up, Stand Up? Well, he was saying how black people, how we as African people are looking for heaven.
Get up, stand up. Yeah, get up, stand up.
Yeah, we looking for heaven. We looking for our paradise in heaven in the afterlife. You know what I'm saying? When he's saying, but it's right here on earth, and you got to go out and make it. Okay, I mean, excuse me. And then if I could quote a Bible, if I could use something out of the Bible, because since the majority of African people in America are Christians, I say this here: when we go to church and we hear the pastor saying some of those stuff that Jesus said, we don't really understand what he's saying, because Jesus said what? The kingdom of heaven is within you. You know what I'm saying? It's within you. So while we spooked out, like forecast say, worried about afterlife and how we gonna be in the afterlife, we gonna make it to heaven if we gonna be on the good list, that stuff. You know what I'm saying? We should be there. You should realize that your heaven could be on earth. Everything that you need, you got in your own mind, man. It's within you. The power is in you. We got the power in us. You know what I'm saying? But we spooked out on the religious thing. I mean, the religion thing played, and religion is different than spirituality. You know what I'm saying? But the religion thing played a trick on us. And I just think that, like, it's like the kingdom is within, all the power is within us. You know what I'm saying? And the Chinese and everybody else, they don't realize that, man, we ain't on that old mess right there. We know that this is us, man. We ain't waiting on nobody in the sky to come and do this for us. You know what I'm saying? We're going to go and do it our damn self. And that's where we missed the boat. I just leave it at that right there.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Anthony, in the chat, the matron said, first of all, every other group came to the challenge with a tool needed to succeed.
Yes.
So something material, right? A tool needed to succeed. James in the chat asks how I joined the panel. Only gave him the answer. Yeah, click the link. You'll see some links pinned there. Click the link that says panel. It says StreamYard in the link. Just click that, and I'll let you on. Cheryl said Chinese have spiritual practices too, but then they get up and kick ass. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Well said, Cheryl. Should we stop number 2? Is this positive criticism or an insult? Let's hear from Buana.
No, I understand the prompt. I understand the prompt to say that black people pray. You know, Marcus Garvey say sometimes black people pray too much. So I understand the prompt. I understand the prompt. However, I don't like the context of the prompt because it seemed in this video like the people in this video was be able to conquer or master nature. And I'm asking the question, who has mastered nature more than an African? Just consider the African man was in sub-Saharan Africa. Our ancestors, our immediate ancestors in sub-Saharan Africa. What's in sub-Saharan Africa? The most dangerous animals, predatory animals known to man. The only reason we wasn't able to end up in some animal's stomach was because we had the ability to reason better than animals, which was much stronger, which was more faster than us, all these other things. So we was able to use reason in these areas. We was given religion, make no mistake about it, especially European style religion, which take us away from things. But we was able to master nature. You know, we was the first to able to reason and think and defeat our immediate predators. We would have ended up in a lion or some stomach or some animal along or coyote or whatever is in sub-Saharan Africa. So to suggest that we ain't reasonable or we don't reason through nature, that's just a misnomer because we've been doing it for hundreds of years. And we've been doing it with African spirituality. There are Africans that still live among nature right now, don't end up in the stomach of a lion or don't end up as in the stomach of a boa constrictor or the poisonous, venomous snakes that exist in sub-Saharan Africa. They've been able to live among these predatory animals. So obviously it takes a high degree of reason to escape the stomach of these predatory animals. You know what I mean? So to suggest that we lack reason, I think that's very unfair. That's very unfair. Are we spiritual? Absolutely, but that don't necessarily mean we get rid of our reason. I think what happened though is with the introduction of European religions, I think that our religion became perverted, very perverted. You know, because now you wait like this man did. You know, you're at the edge of a mountain and you're praying Hail Mary, that Mary will rescue you off of the edge of a cliff, which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Another thing too in this analogy is to suggest that my American people are not religious minded. Come on, bro. Everyone knows that American people are religious minded. You know, in America they have something called the Bible Belt. What's more religious than the Bible Belt? That's the many states reeled together, and they believe in what this guy been doing at the edge of a mountain. So how you could just put it on the African mind? Americans religious too. You can't beat us over the head and say, well, we just religious and we unreasoned people. You know, when the reality is that we've been in existing in the deepest part of Africa with the most predatory animals on the face of the planet, and we still survive. That takes good reasoning ability, very good reasoning ability. Not to mention the engineering capacity that we've been producing all throughout Africa. But you won't pin this on us? Come on, man. You don't do that. You don't pin this on us, man. No, I think that it's an insult, personally. I understand what the message is, but we are not all that. Because I wouldn't pray to no Mary or John or Jesus or Yeshua to solve my problems. I solve my problems with sound reasoning. So you can't put me to that. So, but I'll stop there because I drinking and I ranting. But I'll stop there.
Yeah, Bonnie, you made it about you, but I think it's more about the collective. So Buana is from the same place I'm from, and a lot of practice and policies are dictated by what's called the Christian Council. Now, does that mean that every individual person follows all these things that the Christian Council them pushing to the government? No. But as far as the government is concerned, they kind of follow hand in hand with that stuff. So I think when you bring it down to the individuals, of course, it's absurd. Not all of us would be this way, but I think largely a lot of our people, especially older black folks, are super into their religion, man. They will call on God if they cross the street safely. Like that's the kind of thing we have going on in black society too. So that's something to consider.
Coco, I understand. Coco, I understand what you're saying, and that you're true. You're right. Caribbean people are very religious, but don't make it see. Don't give the message out there that we ain't very practical as well. Extremely practical, because yes, we believe in Jesus and Jesus whatever. Open the windows of heaven and all that nonsense. But the reason why your grandma used to get an ASU is because at the end of the day, she know if she consistent with that ASU, she gonna get a hand, was gonna improve her life materially. So she was consistent with that. So we I feel like we live a balance. We live in the spiritual nonsense and we live in the practical world as well. So I think that's the balance that we carry. That's the balance that we carry. But like you say, you right. The state have a function, and their function is, we are part of the Church of England. I don't believe in that nonsense. I don't believe. I'm not an Anglican, but I understand what you mean, though. I understand what you mean.
Yeah. I'm just, it's not in contradiction or anything. I'm just pointing out, like, in masses. I mean, like right now, when this war broke out, when this thing broke out in Palestine, there's African leaders who talking about Israel's God, and basically siding with one group over the other because they allegedly share the same God or some shit. So it's a thing that we have to be mindful of. But with that said, let's hear from Oni. What say you?
Oh yeah. So I mean, look, obviously, like Arzuli was saying, I guess, everything in media is kind of deliberate, So this was, this skit was deliberately, supposed to be offensive to Americans and Africans, And I don't know if you all remember. I know the Caribbeans had this when they used to tell jokes. They would always, they would name 3 different islands. They did 3 different islands, and then the last island was, I don't know, maybe the smart one or something like that. Their island. They might be like, hey, look, the Trinidadian, then this guy, then finally the Jamaican. That's what they would do in Jamaica, at least, right? But yeah, this was obviously supposed to be insulting to Americans because they're just doing extreme shit, and and they wear the trophy on their butt, and the African, just doesn't even make it across. And I don't think they're. I mean, obviously, I don't think they're trying to say that black folk never had technology, right? But but today, in this day and age, black folk definitely too damn religious. Okay, they pray too damn much. In fact, you could meet a woman, right? I know you guys are gonna say whatever, but you could meet a woman and she'll be like, I know you met me. I know you were right for me because I prayed to God early. That type of shit. And you're like, what? But that's like a thing. So if I would so I'm guessing from the Chinese perspective, because these Chinese are doing big shit. Okay, I don't know if you guys know, but they're living in like they're living in what we thought was the future. Okay. And unfortunately, people in Africa are living in what we think of as the past. Like some of the stuff you see, like when you go to Africa, you like, oh yeah, I remember that from 20 years ago. You know what I mean? I remember that from 30 years ago. So it's just like, but a part of it does come back to there's this hyper religiosity to the point where like it's like obviously here on this panel you might find people who aren't really religious, but generally speaking, black folk are praying for success. They're praying for good stuff. They're praying for how to get where from point A to point B. And if you look at, like I'm telling you guys got to look at China. Like look at the videos coming out of China. Look at their firecracker celebration. Look at whatever. When you look at what the Chinese are up to, yeah. I mean, obviously they're making fun of us, but they're also saying, look, we're doing, like, we're carrying the mantle, and I think that we can carry the mantle if we get, if we try to, if we get to it. but a part of the barrier to that mantle is this hyper religiosity. And I just want to say, because what Trigger was saying, you got to differentiate spirituality and religion. The religions have no scientific value. Okay, the religions have no scientific value, and I agree with Buana. Americans are very religious. Some people say the Chinese have a lot of Christians too. But this prayer in place of work mentality is widespread in Africa. It's widespread in Africa. And I mean, obviously you see it in America too, among Black Americans, but in Africa, I'm telling you, it's widespread. That's all I think I want to say.
Appreciate that, Oni. Cheryl in the chat said this video shows the effectiveness of Christian missionaries. They made African people so passive that they won't even bring a tool to assist them in their goal. I think someone in the chat mentioned that. She goes on to say, yes, the Chinese have a lot of tech advances, but the ecosystem is suffering as a result. We as Africans should be so desperate to be at the table of tech, that we lose our connection to nature. Taloa says, I think maybe it is more helpful to identify white validation syndromes, which religiosity is one form of. Let's welcome in the brother Bakari this week. Bakari, how are you this week? Bakari did a show earlier about African spirituality too, by the way, so make sure you guys check it out. Bakari, are you there? Because I can't hear you. All right, maybe.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I was listening because I didn't watch the panel because I'm in my vehicle, right? And I had to step out and I come back and I hear Bawana talking. And I heard when Bawana spoke and he said, don't do us like that. One thing I can agree, I think the Christian thing and not doing work, I think, and it also can go back to the other one they were talking about propaganda things they show on TV. We like to show that about our people and we like to talk about it and we act as if all our people that have some type of religion, that's all they do. And then we act as if we are the only ones who's religious and do that. You can look up, if you ever just get the chance, you can look up here. This happened in the Atlanta area a few months ago, where the Korean Christian Church, I'm gonna say that again, the Korean Christian Church, they invited some people, a few members, invited to go to, and they did a sacrifice. They sacrificed one. They got together and sacrificed them for God. You can go. You can look through Russia. You can look all around the world. We might have our laws, but just put that on Black people and saying Black people just worship God like no one else. And we can say we can say Christianity of that what we want. Black people
Bakari,
here who's not just
Bakari, you're cutting in and out.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know what to do then. Is this any better?
It's better for now.
Because I'm in my vehicle.
Yeah. So go ahead now. It's good now. Go ahead.
So what I was saying is like, because if you look, there's a lot of successful Black people in every arena, whether they're religious or not. And some are religious and they'll still get up and do the work. Like when you look at the Yellow Banana, that's 32 grocery stores owned by 3 Black people. I don't check their religion. They might be Christian. I don't know. You can go through Black designers that has been successful. So when we say all we do is pray, you can find Black truck drivers. Look at yourself. Do you consider yourself successful? It's not just the money all the time that's successful. But when we just want to lump all of us in a group and say, see, this is what Black people do and other people don't. Look at other people. And I told Commissie Fox this, and this is what I'm going to do. The next time I'm on the side of town where I do a lot of work do a lot of work in an area where there's a lot of Asians. If you go by per capita, because it's way more Black people here in the Atlanta area than Asians. They have as many churches per capita, if not more, from corner to corner, as black people. But we think because we see it all the time, because we're around our people all the time, we think we are the only ones doing it. No, we are not the only ones doing it. And there's a lot of successful black people, like I said, in every arena. So let's not just say, oh, we're the ones that pray and don't do no work. That is not true. We have been put in a position. We can't ignore the position and the situation that we have been put in. Is there a lot of people that just pray? Yes. But there's a lot of people that do other things. So we can't just put ourselves and say, see, this is what the black religious people do. That's not necessarily so. And that's all I wanted to say. I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Bakari. Again, make sure y'all check out Bakari's episode earlier. He was talking to, I guess I could say this, his spiritual leader or spiritual advisor, who deals in African spirituality. So you guys should make sure to check it out. I like something that Cheryl is saying here. She said, I don't think we're trying to put down black Christians. There are lots of Southern blacks that have very successful businesses. That's not what's in question. What's in question is building a black nation. A lot of folks, I can't say if it's most or all or what. Well, it can't be all, but a lot of folks don't really care about nationhood as opposed to having, like an African or black nation. A lot of people really want to get into a Christian nation if they could, or Muslim nation, right? A nation of Islam, if you will, right? So there is that. So yeah, like Bakari said, it's not everybody, and we know that. But there's a lot of us, I think, and me personally, I think probably too many of us who are kind of stuck on that religion thing. Anthony, you want to add something?
Oh no, I was just agreeing with what you said. I was agreeing with it.
Okay, I appreciate that. Anyone else want to add a thought here, a last thought here?
Again, that's the propaganda thing we're talking about. That character, man, looks like an Asian man. First, they show you the Asian people are successful and doing all of that. Then the American people. But I bet you this is gonna have an effect on the Africans. To me, this is related to how the China is heavy in Africa right now. So that man looks like I don't know who created this little cartoon. I'll be surprised. That would be one of the most important is who created this. So again, it shows you China, whatever. But in reality, if African people are the cradle of civilization, that shit is false again. But that's the thing of propaganda. Because when you look at TV, we got the TDJs, we got all the churches, all the mega churches. They show you all of these things that black people, especially, I don't know if this culture is referring to African American or is it just to Africans. At the end of the day, we got to see who created this little cartoon thing. And by the looks of it, this man looks like an Asian man. So that should tell you a lot about them people they are now in Africa doing a lot of big things for China. So that's what I'm going to say.
All right. In the chat, Cheryl says, and again, thanks, Cheryl, for being here. I'm assuming Cheryl is a she. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cheryl says, I'm from Philly, and I find many black Christians don't care whom their children marry, meaning Asian, white, or anything but black. You can't build black if you don't marry black. That's a good point, too. That religion thing allows us that religion thing has us allowing a lot of stuff into our communities, too, right? She says Christianity teaches you that we all the same, we all human. And that's something that black people struggle with and why we can't maintain black wealth. I also feel that's why we don't fight these folks too. We use religion to turn the other cheek all the goddamn time. And this is why we don't really push back the way we should push back. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 for time's sake. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says he cheated on their mom. Who's he? Who's the mom? Don't know. But let's figure it out together. For some reason, my computer's acting up now. So this comes with this YouTube video when black males become attack dogs. We'll play 2 minutes of it, and then we'll discuss it.
Another one I want to show you. And this one I do need the sound. Some of you sent me this. About 5 brothers sent me this video. Again, I have no idea if it's a skit, but I do know this kind of thing happens. So let's check this out. This is a man, and apparently his woman. They seem to be at a motel or an extended stay, motel kind of situation, and she has 4 sons, and apparently she has caught him cheating, so she sicks her son on him. Check it out.
Hey, bro, bitch! I said, get these little niggas, bro! I'm not about to bust these little ass kids.
Oh, well, you should have thought about that. But
bro, stop, motherfucker! This is really tough.
I ain't got all sons for no reason.
Stop.
Man, whoop his ass. Fuck him.
Hey, nah, for real. Hey, for real.
Bitch ass
Get the
nigga.
fuck off me, bro!
Beat his ass.
Bro, real shit, stop!
Beat his ass.
Stop.
Yeah. Whoop his ass. Yeah, put the bottle down,
Bro,
drunk
stop.
bitch. Drunk ass bitch. Right here. Yeah. Bitch ass nigga.
Bro, stop!
Now notice, as we go through this, he could do a lot more damage if he wanted to. He really could. You can actively see he's avoiding that, but let's continue.
I'm not about to keep playing with y'all little niggas, bro. Bro, stay real shit. Bro, stop fucking playing with me. Shayla, stop. Shayla, fucking stop. Pussy.
Bitch ass.
Shayla. Go bitch ass.
Fucking punk.
Bro, stop.
Bitch.
Bro, fucking stop. I'm not with the fuck.
So, yeah, I don't even know. There's a number of things going on here. Again,
Yeah, there's a number of things going on there. That black man needs to have his ass whooped first to begin with. That's the kind of, put your shirt on, put your shoes on, and get the fuck up out of there is my advice. But to stand up there on camera going through that, it ain't really making no sense to me. So he cheated on their mom. This also highlights something too, and I know me and Oni talked about this a long time ago too. Many young black men are in jail defending their mama, or their mamas put a battery in their back to stand up against these big grown men and stuff like that too. And that's something that has to be checked. In fact, I know of a story. In fact, my own grandmother, I'll say it plainly, my own grandmother did something like that with her sons when they were like 15, 16, put that battery in their back to take on a man who they were afraid of too, by the way. And when these young boys are afraid of something, what are they going to do? That could turn that little silly situation we just watched, that could turn into a man getting killed by some kids whose mama put them up to attack this man. That is too much for me. But me personally, that black man in that scenario, that man, get your ass up and leave and get out of there. Well, what are you doing? Anyway, let me mix it up here. Let me start with Oni on this one. Oni, what say you?
Yeah. Well, first off, there's so much going on there. I don't know if it's a skit because the internet, like almost everything's a skit at this point. But it didn't seem like a skit. One thing is this. First off, you as a man, you should be like, kids should be afraid of you more than their mother. That's one. But of course, that could be dangerous, deadly, like you said. I wish you finished the story about what happened with your uncles. I'm guessing they got locked up or something. But I don't listen to Amos Wilson, So I don't know if this is a video of his, but I heard of him like a decade ago. Okay. And some sister put me on to like, she gave me like like one of them, back in the day we used to share like CDs and stuff, like CDs and recordings, like like tapes. Like you had the recording device, you know what I'm talking about, where you like record somebody with that, whatever. Anyway, so somebody shared me one of those things back in the day, and he was saying, he's the one who said, because he was a psychiatrist or something like that, a psychologist for like juvenile detention type thing, right? I don't know if he talks about that in the lectures that are online, but I heard that from him, right? And so he's this psychologist, for juvenile, and he was saying a lot of the black boys in juvenile detention or prison or what have you are there because they're defending their mothers, right? And the thing is this: those boys, I mean, obviously they're doing the wrong thing, but they're also just little boys, right? They do the wrong, like they knock the kid, like real talk, the dude could press charges if he wanted to, because he's getting assaulted in Plainview, right? And those kids would end up in juvie, and their life path is set from there on, because now they're gonna be the violent kid in juvie. I just finally saw that Creed movie where the kid likes fighting and therefore he's whatever. He if you're a child, you're 13, you go to juvie for beating up an old man. Let's say the guy gets like a head mess, whatever, right? And he has to press charges in order for his insurance to whatever, right? And I'm not saying he should. I'm just saying that in this scenario, let's say that happens. The boy goes to juvie. Why is he in juvie? He's telling every other kid, I'm there because I like fighting. I like fighting. I like fighting. He gets into a bunch of fights. Eventually, I'm not saying he'll come into Creed or some shit, but eventually his life path is set. And this is the whole thing about parenting. First off, your children, a man cheats on you, leave him. A man cheats on you, leave him. Assaulting a dude, right? Or having your kids assault a dude is another thing. Now, as a man, listen to me. I'm telling you guys this. As a man, you have a right to defend yourself from assault. And I'm not saying, punch the children back unless you need to, right? But you can't go down like this. First off, you're a fit man. You grab the kid and you hold them out. You hold them down. Or something, or like Coco was saying, if you feel like you're outnumbered and you can't do anything, then just leave. This whole stop. Like, dude, first off, this is not a woman for you. This is not a family unit for you, right? But like none of this. Like, I don't know how true this is. Okay, I don't know if this is real, but like, this is another problem with us as a people where we are not even finding good relationships. Because like I said, I know I'm talking to a woman right now. She got a kid. Now her kid is young, obviously, like maybe like 4 or 5 or some shit, right? But this boy, you have to early on establish, what? I'm a lot stronger than you, little boy. And a kid should not be that confident to try to take you on. There's something wrong with. And I'll tell you this, that's what I'm trying to say. A lot of us get into this relationship with these women and they have kids, but we're not establishing that, even if I'm not the father, I'm the man. You understand? You call up this woman I'm talking to, right? You call up her son. He's going to like this boy says I'm his role model. I didn't even know the kid. I only met the kid like 3 days. For 3 days. I'm his role model. That's what you like you already, like, there's so many things that just didn't go right. This relationship was never gonna work. This relationship should have never happened. But of course, you want the coochie. You don't got the sexual discipline because you cheating on this woman or whatever, right? Just don't mess with crazy. Stop it. You got your ass kicked by little boys. You're a disgrace to your race, really. The kids, hopefully they don't get charges pressed on them, but if they do, kids are going to be fucked up for the rest of their lives, pretty much. Well, not really, but, it's going to be a climb if they end up going, like, they made school to go to juvie because their mother told them to do this dumb shit. Their mothers, all sorts of messed up, too. so much wrong. And I'm not saying you shouldn't defend your parents, but of course, it's not even defending your parents. The man's not attacking your mother. He slept with another woman. Her ass needs to grow up and tell him to leave. You can't come back. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, agreed, Oni. Because the thing of this too is, once you do that with these kids at this age, now what happens in another 5 years or so, right? Luckily, these kids just throwing blows. But what happens when one of these kids break bad and stabs a man or something like that? Like that's. But again, the guy who's here is the asshole too, because if he got stabbed, you shouldn't have stayed there. You should have got up and got the fuck up out of it. Clearly, you don't want to be there if you're cheating on their mom. Go ahead.
Let me say this, because I know you're going to go to everybody else. Let me just say this. There was this family, I think, like this mother had, I think she had 2 kids, whatever, right? One of the boys got a better gift, okay, a better Christmas gift. So the other boy, I don't know what happened, but I think one of the sons ends up shooting his brother and his mother over a Christmas gift type stuff, And of course, this happens, negativity happens everywhere. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, like you said, if these kids if these kids are just a little bit older or they were seasoned in this sort of behavior, this could be 1, this man's life. 2, it could be it could be the kids' lives. It could be like there's so much that could go wrong with this thing. Or if the kids take the man's life, like I said, the kids are gonna end up in juvie. The kids are gonna end up in prison. The kids are gonna end up on the death penalty. And it's not that serious. Somebody is cheating on you, and you don't like it, just leave. Just leave. And that's just advice for the world. Somebody cheats on you, you feel it, oh my gosh, oh no. Move on. It's not the right person for you. But we're not mature. We a lot of us think, you know what, cut up their tires, break their cars, fight them, stab them, kill them. No, it's not that serious. It's just sex. It's just sex. Take it from a passport, bro. It's just sex.
Throw a glass through your window in a foreign country, all that kind of shit. Yeah, we know, man. The matron said women need to stop weaponizing their sons against grown men. One day they are going to catch a case. This reminds me of the mother who told her son to shoot the guy at the hot dog stand. Yeah. Cheryl says kids should not know the dynamics of an adult relationship. Them kids about 8 years old. They don't understand what cheating is. They only know what their mama told them. That's a fact. I don't know, my computer. If Jose is still there.
Yeah, I'm
maybe he's not there. Let me hear from brother.
Oh, sorry. Is it my turn? Is it my turn or no?
Well, yeah, I think he's talking right now.
Yeah,
I think you dropped out a little bit.
Yes, yes. Your
oh, okay.
Your but I think isn't he the father? Because I think my last fight was with I still can call it a fight because the boy was 17 and I was just playing with him, I was using my flat hands, slapping him and like a Spanish toreador, just playing with him, sort of. But when I got home, he probably in that mess he probably got his finger in my eye because my eye was red. And a friend of mine, he said, yeah, no, you should have you should have manhandled him, because nowadays these kids walk around with knives and guns. It could have ended differently, So I was watching and I was thinking, are these maybe he feels guilty against his own children, like, hey, I cheated on your moms. But what I also want to say is, the moms was cheering them on. Yeah, yeah, get that nigga. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you guys heard that, you know, and going to a juvenile. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I think they are already lost. Their mother already got into their mind, so they are already on a path to downhill. So they are already programmed like this. So I don't expect a lot of good happening with that type of parent, right? So yeah, I think going to juve or staying or getting educated, quote unquote, on many quotes, by a parent like that is going to lead to juvenile or prison anyway, is what I'm guessing. But back to the dude taking this. Yeah, is do we know if those are his children's? And yeah, and like I said, thinking myself in that position. Yeah, maybe he feels guilty, but uh, uh, yeah, and if it's not his children, yeah, grab one and throw him across the room, and shit should be done. Should be done with, and in that time, yeah, grab your stuff and leave if those are not your children. But yeah, and it's the mother filming, right? It's a mess. It's one big mess, yeah. What can I say? It's we just watched. Um, yeah, how can I formulate it? We just watched the gutter of our family life. If you understand what I'm saying, it was hard to watch. It was hard to watch. But yeah, if it would be my children and I would have cheated on their mother, I think I would feel guilty, and maybe not manhandle the boys. But I would not take that shit. I wouldn't take it. I would, maybe I would take it like how I took this 7-year old kid, and laugh about it, right? Yeah, that's me. Yeah, it was difficult to watch, man. It was difficult to watch, and I leave it to that.
Yeah, very difficult to watch. Thank you for that, Jose. Let me hear what Brother Bukai has to say about it.
First of all, she done fell from the throne. I would have beat the hell out of them little kids. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would have took my belt off and beat the hell out of them little kids. Only stop telling a woman to leave a man just because you don't know what was going on. Just leave him, man. That's some BS. Just leave him. Don't do that. You don't know what's going on. You don't know what everybody don't want to be a passport, bro. Don't do that. Don't tell her to leave. But anyway, that's some BS on it. You don't know what's going on. Don't do that. But I would have took my belt off and whipped the hell out of them little kids. But I would have shook the hell out of that woman. I'm gonna be honest with you. She needed to be checked for real. You don't tell no little kids to jump on me. What the hell wrong with you? But I would agree whoever in the chat, whatever what's ever going on, or whatever's happened, the kids should know about it anyway. But then when it comes to a young man, that's his natural instinct to take care, to want to protect his mother, to want to protect his woman. I'm not gonna get mad at a little child for that. The mama done put him in the business. That's what men supposed to do. They gonna want it. They little kids, but that's their natural instinct to want to protect their mother. I don't even know how that can be a problem to anybody when they compared it to what was going on in Chicago. That dude in Chicago was beating the hell out that woman. Somebody needed to shoot him. And I don't have a problem with what that young man did. He was beating the hell out that woman. But Will said, well, she shouldn't have done that. Don't put your son in your business. But God, what she should do, take an ass whipping because wasn't nobody there. And for me, it would come back in this whole thing right here. And I know this is something that's completely, you know, you might think is off topic, but for me, it's where, in a sense, this is where the black man has failed, how we don't protect and provide and respect our women and love our women the way that we should, and whatever's going on, because there should be some type of respect factor there. And on the other hand, with this woman, she didn't respect the man, and them little kids don't have no respect for that man, and they might not have no respect for no man unless a man come in there and show them that you gonna respect me, and I'm the man in this house, and make that woman respect him. Yeah, should he cheat? Nah, no. But at the same time, she went a little bit too far, cheering her sons on to fight him. She should have been stopping it, because I do believe that's a man's natural instinct. And if any man don't think it's their natural instinct to take care, to want to protect their mother or want to protect their woman, I don't look at them as a man. They just a male. They're a little, in my mind, I don't have a respect for a man that don't think they're going to want to protect their mother or want to protect their woman. And I don't want a woman who think that who think that's a problem. Now, my son want to protect me. No, that's a natural instinct. So the person who put that in the chat, yes, it shouldn't have been involved in what's going on. But me personally, I would have pulled my belt off and whooped the hell out them little kids. And that's me, and told her to shut the hell up and set her ass down somewhere. But I would have whooped them little kids, and that's what should have happened. I wouldn't have been, y'all stop. No, I'm gonna make you stop, because I'm a grown man and y'all little kids. I'm gonna show you what a man is supposed to do. That's what I would have done. I yield the mic.
Appreciate that, Bakari. I agree with you. I think it's natural to want to protect your mom. There's something you can see it in little boys. They want to protect their mom. There's something natural about it. I think it's unnatural to sick little boys on your adult problem, though. And I think that's problematic with her. So I think that comment from the chat, I think that was Cheryl who may have said it. I think that's kind of where they were coming from. It's like, yeah, it's okay you want to protect your mom, but should you be weaponized like this? Yeah, I have some problems with that personally. I have some problems with that, because I'll tell you, if my sons and their mother push them into a situation, I'm not talking about they took it upon themselves, but she informed them of something and they got involved and they got hurt. Oh, there's a problem. Oh, there's a bad problem. There's a bad problem there. But that's just me. Anthony, what say you?
Let me say this right quick. I agree with that point. That's why I said that whoever put that in that chat, I agree. Those little kids should not be in that business. I agree with that. They shouldn't be in that business.
Right. Anthony, what say you?
Yeah, okay. Man, boy, man, you picked some great problems tonight, man, because this some of this stuff mirroring my life, man. I don't know, man. I might be drinking up too much of this Appleton. But okay. Okay, like okay, I'm gonna be brief, Coco, but I'm gonna take you back in my life again. Okay, when I was young, like I told you about my father. Okay, now my mama's second husband, I mean, well, her first husband, but her second man, you know, his name was Lucius. Now he's dead now, so we ain't got to worry about it. His name was Lucius McPhail. That's where I get my name McPhail from. Now, Lucius, no, he adopted me, so he's my adopted father. He basically was a great guy, man. You know, I mean, he was a stern, strong guy, ex-military. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he was one of those guys. You know, he was the kind of father figure that you might not have loved him, but you respected him. But see, one thing about him was he liked to drink a little bit, and when he drank, he liked to get loose with his hands. You know, and I was a kid. I remember I was like 8, 9 years old. Him and my mom got into it, and he slapped my mama. You know, at that time, you know, we couldn't do nothing, man. We were little kids. But like the older we got, you know, when I got in my teens, whatever, my teen, like 16, 17, we finally had a conversation with him. You know what I'm saying? He had got in my mama's face for the last time. You know, I'm like, and you see me, I'm a big dude, man. You know what I'm saying? So I was a growing young man then. So I'm like, hey man, don't get in my mama's face like that. Now my mom, no, she was a great woman, man. I mean, she's still a great woman. She didn't urge us to do nothing like that. She, like I said, she always told us basically to stay out of grown folk business. That's what she said. Stay out of grown folks' business. But I'm like, Mama, you know why he talking crazy to you and getting all in your face? And like I said, like even Brother Bacurus, it's your natural instinct as a man to want to defend your mama or defend the women in your family. And so, and it got to the point where me and my brothers, we said I got 3 other brothers. Man, we got to the point where on everything, man, we laid there and plotted on killing him. Now I don't know how serious we was, but we was like, man, if he come around here one more time, man, I'm gonna get a knife or something. I'm gonna stab his ass. Because I mean, it was just, I mean, I don't know, man. Like I said, he was a good dude, but it was that alcohol. Whenever he got to drinking, he acted a damn fool. We had an incident. We was like, my mom stayed right down the street from his sister. And we was at the house. We went down there one day to go talk to him, and he was out there. Everybody kept chilling, playing with dominoes. Man, he grabbed a log, like the one you put on the barbecue pit, and wrapped my little brother in the back with it. And so I was like, man, why you do that? And so, we got into it, got the fussing, and he huffing and puffing, and I got my brothers, and we ran back down the street. And he came home and knocking on the door and booming on the door trying to get in. And my mom like, what's happening? I say, man, this man going crazy. And I went and got my mom a gun. No, I mean, and luckily, nothing happen. We resolved it peacefully. What I'm saying, like, I don't know, man. I mean, no, from the video, no, she shouldn't have got her children involved in that. No, my mama didn't do that. But I'm just saying, from the video, no, she shouldn't have got her children involved in that. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, I still go back to what Brother Picard, it's your natural instinct to defend your mom, man. And yeah, I just leave it at that, man. Go ahead.
Shout out to Anthony's mom, by the way, man. Shout out to her.
Yeah, her name is Gladys Marie Kemps.
Kemps?
Yeah, Kemps. K-E-M. Yeah, K-E-M-P-S. Kemps.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Still living, 74 years old.
That's a very interesting name, Anthony. Yeah. That's a very interesting name. Let me put it like that. Because in the Bahamas, we have a lot of camp. But what happens is when you go in other countries, they anglicize it more, so it turned into something different. But that's a very interesting last name, by the way. But I'll leave it.
The birth name, Gladys Marie Kemps.
Yeah, the other interesting thing, and I saw someone somewhere said this past week or the last couple of days, a lot of Caribbean folks, and I could say this particularly about Bahamian folks, but a lot of Caribbean folks, still now today, but back in the day, very unassuming. They come and they just fall right in. They don't talk about where they're from, all that kind of stuff. And so you'll find the person who I was listening to, it might have been actually today. Yeah, I think it was Bakari's show today. The guy mentioned how a lot of like what's called West Indians or Caribbeans come to the America South and just fall in, and you'll never know. There's a lot of black folks in this country who don't know that their people come from, some of their people came from somewhere else. So I just wanted to add that point. Let's welcome in our boy RBG this week. Real Black Gentleman, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How you doing, Koku?
Good. Thanks for coming through.
Well, do I got echo?
What say you to the video, RBG?
Well, I mean, I got a couple questions. My thing is like, I just think about this, and I think like, you know, are they in his house or are they in her house? Like, what's going on? How does this play out? Like, because that's an interesting question. I mean, I know that they're not his kids, and I mean, like, it's like, again, I'd say like, I mean, it's a tough call. I don't think that naturally there's no excuse for that. You know what I'm saying? 100 years ago, 50 years ago, it'd be a whole bunch of crying in this house, and it'd be what happened. Like, we all got beat up. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? It's like, I'm just saying, like, one thing is just like the idea that, you know what I'm saying, again, she pit bulled her boys. Like, I mean, and again, like, are all these boys, like, do they come from the same dad? Like, is these 4 different, you know, baby daddies out here? I mean, and it's like, shoot, has this happened before? Because like that big boy looks like he knows what he's doing. I mean, it's amazing how you know, there's the backstory behind this. It's almost like it's a ritual. Did she just do this did she do this to the last guy? Like, you know what I'm saying? You see the man. His hands is bound. You know what I'm saying? He can't do anything because, again, he's on camera. And Lord knows if he just moves his weight a little too swiftly, you know what I'm saying, that momentum's going, you know, hit one of them ribs, and you're going, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be, you know what I'm saying, child abuse. You know what I'm saying? It'll be seen just like that. Like, but he hit the boy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to speak too much on it. I mean, I will say, as far as like cheating, like, you know, that's, again, it's tough. I mean, as a man, like, you know, again, like, it's like you if he's in her home, it's one of those things where it's like, man, you putting yourself in just all kinds of bad juice. Now, Lord knows that her and the kids could be in his home. If that's the case, I mean, you know, you got to think about these things. Not that, I mean, they could have been just, you know, the house, maybe it's not their house. I mean, I was looking at it, maybe looks like kind of like a hotel. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the scene is or any of that. You want fidelity. It matters. How long were they together? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like there's no excuse to, like, I don't want to see that man just, like, you know, humiliated like that, where he's, you know, he's held. That's a whole grown ass man. You know he could. You know what he can do relative to the. You know, you see his movement. Look, I'm gonna pass the mic, man.
Thanks for that, RBG. If any sisters want to join, give their perspective, maybe you have a different outlook, by all means, click the link pinned to the top of the chat next to panel and join the panel. With that said, let's hear from Urzuli. Urzuli, what say
you? I feel this is hello. I feel like this is very
go ahead.
There's a lot of misandry in that video. That lady has no respect for humanity, whether it's her father, maybe her life, her uncles, her pastor. Respect. Number 2, that brother who was running away did a disservice to masculinity. The kids don't respect him because and I believe those kids are not his kids. So again, that goes to show you maybe you shouldn't date women with kids. After that, as these kids, they have no respect for men, for masculinity themselves. Because you know what's going to happen to them? They're going to learn. This is going to happen to them too when they grow up. Because a lot of boys do this shit, including me. When they see their father yelling at their mom because their father's voice is bigger and their mom is like, they're automatically trying to go defend their mom in their mind, even though if they don't act on it, until they're their father's age and understand the dynamic of women and men relationships. So those young boys right there have no respect for manhood themselves, and they're gonna learn the same situation that they put this man through. They're gonna experience that. That man, either maybe he was not a good quote unquote good man or father figure, because if he was, there's no way those boys would just chase you like that. There's no way. Even if their mother had told them to, they would have had what's the word I'm looking for? They would have been like, I don't know about this. Yes, mommy said to attack him, but we're not finna to do that. Because either this guy is a good man, is a role model, or you know what? That's not our business. That's because this man, that relationship, there was something toxic about it. And that man running like that, like a bitch, I'm sorry. That boy with the yellow pants would have got a punch right in the face. If I tell you to stop, you keep going, you're supposed to defend yourself. But again, that man, that man, maybe he's not a reputable, he doesn't have a good reputation. And all that running away, like Koku said, if you don't want to touch them, leave. Get your stuff and leave. You stay on camera and getting whooped by a bunch of little boys, and you go stop. I understand. Maybe he's doing this because he knows if he does something, he's gonna be held off to jail, which I understand. I understand some brother Bakari said, oh yo, I would have pulled out my belt and whooped him. Yeah, maybe he should have done that. But this is very misandrous, this whole video. And maybe this is propaganda. This is destroying the good black man's image in front of him. How could this woman, and this is the thing, Tupac said something crazy. Women get horny, niggas die. She's preparing these 4 young men to have a tough life, aggressive life. And I don't understand how this woman should have been in jail. Those kids should have been in child protective protection ASAP. That young lady, she should be in jail. No, if not, but I'm pressing charges. Yeah, all getting there, including them 4 boys. They have to be taught a lesson. Because if they're not taught a lesson, these young men, no matter how artistic, no matter how loving, no matter how smart they are, they're going to take that on to the world. And when she's hit 15, 16, because if those boys are 15, 16, 17, they could hurt that man. And that man is taking it like it's a game. This is not a game. But again, everybody in that video is at fault. The woman should be arrested. The men cheat. I used to be like, those are, you getting involved in a man cheating on your mom, that's not your business. He's not hitting your mother. He's not punching her. Mom, I'm not doing that. But again, they're little kids. They don't know better. How could a woman, and I bet you if you go on that video, you're going to see a bunch of women say, yeah, he deserved it. The men cheated on you and like you never got cheated on before. I bet you those kids don't got the same father. Ain't no way those kids are this man's children. There's no, if that's even the most Rolling Stone father, their son would not do that to them, attack them. That's a vicious beating. I know they kids because he probably don't feel it like that, but the last punch to the head, one punch away could knock this man out. And then what's going to happen? They're going to go to juvenile court. They're going to go to juvie, get out when they're 18, and a life was lost. That man was toxic. That lady's toxic. This is the murder of the black man's image. By proxy, the black woman's image too. This is terrible. If that's a skit, it's worse. But I don't. That last punch that they dropped in that man's head, and she's there. Yeah, that's what you get for cheating. What? So every time a man cheats on you, and then you notice she's not on camera, she got the kids on camera. This is disrespectful. This is horrible. That's all I have to say for that.
Yeah, I want to touch on a point that Oni kind of made. I don't think we really expanded on it much, but the comedian Corey Holcomb used to have he has this joke about how he used to deal with a woman with a child, and no, as a matter of fact, I think it was his kid or something like that. He used to just pass through and crack a little silly joke with the kid, and then go smash the mom, and on the way out, crack a little silly joke again. Ask the kid to dance or some shit, and then leave. And I think Oni kind of touched on that a little bit, in that one of the things men need to do too, if you're going to have relationships with women, with children, you need to establish yourself with those children too. That's another thing, because I think it's a little harder I think it might be a little bit more difficult for these little kids to attack a dude who was hanging with them, who was, building a rapport with them, taking them out to play ball or something. That's just my belief. But I definitely think black men, if you're gonna, I'm not gonna say you shouldn't date women with children. I won't say that, but I will say, if you're going to, don't be one of them fly by night fellas who just has passed through, grind their mom, and then they see the back of your heels as you bend in the corner, going to your car or something like that. So I think it's important to point that out as well. With all that said,
let me say
yeah,
something quick.
Azuli, go ahead.
I agree with what you said 100%. If you're gonna date a woman with kids, you gotta build a little relationship with the kids, because as a young boy, especially young boys, they're gonna know what you came for. It's built in them. They're like, oh, you just coming to meet my mom. You don't care about me. And I think Corey Holcomb, I don't think it was his kid. It was like a single parent mom. But at the end of the day, I agree with what you say, Koku. If you don't want to build nothing special with the lady, you just want to grind. Why are you going to meet the kids? And ladies, if you're just having a casual affair with a fella, why are you bringing him in your house to meet your kids? No, if we're gonna build something, okay, you meet the kids. If you're there to have fun, you're not meeting the kids. And as a man, if you know you're there to have fun, no matter what she says to you, you don't meet the kid. Because like Koku said, that will hurt a boy, even a daughter, to see you just come in, hit his mom or her mom off, and then just leave. And like I was saying, that's probably one of the reasons why these boys have no restraint on be like, I shouldn't attack this man. They don't care about this man. They don't love him. They know what he's there for. So they probably have ulterior motive. They probably don't like this man. And like, you know what? I'm gonna use this.
Okay. I think Azuli stopped speaking because my sound is cutting in and out a little bit. But I think that leaves me with one over to you, to all of
Okay, so here's where I am with this. I start from the best solution to what's happening in this particular problem. So my uncle Bakari say the black woman is God. So his resolution for me would be to go to and how to resolve issues like this, right? So he say, I would beat the children, to show cost to bring them in line. So as him being my big brother, and not necessarily this is Pan African Men's Fellowship, I guess. So in him resolving that issue, I would say that's the best solution to resolving this issue. So I would take that approach, taking my belt off and beating the children. You know what I mean? That's the best solution. But for me, what I see here is, because for me and my own nature, how I would look at this is men. I always hear this idea of men should protect women. Men should protect women. Black men should be protective of women. And I'm saying to myself, what does that mean? What does that mean? Because ultimately, I am not an attack dog for any random women out here. Any random woman in terms of what her issues and problems are. I'm not her attack dog. So it depends on what the issue is. There was a man in South Florida. His name was Travis Rudolph. He was a football player. Okay. And he was dating this lady called Dominique Jones. It was a very famous case. And Dominique Jones found out that Travis, the football player, was cheating on her. So what she did was she called her brother, and her brother came to Mr. Rudolph's house along with some of his friends, not only to fight him but to shoot up his house, to really get physical with this guy, get to almost to be murderous against Travis Rudolph, not because he did something violent against her or to physically assault her, but because she found out that he was cheating on her. So she called her brother and she say, well, y'all need to go over to his house and shoot up his shit. She wasn't concerned that the Mr. Rudolph's mother was there or his family members was there. She just said,
Buwana, I'm not trying to. She said that the boyfriend hit her too. Let's get the story. Okay. She said,
no problem. But she said she told the brother to go to the house and shoot up his shit. Now, even if you say, if it's an assumption that he hit her, right? To rectify that issue was to run over to the man's house and murder him and anyone in the house because bullet don't have no aim. You don't know who's in that house. You just shoot up in the house. I don't know if this is. I think that is an overreach and attacking that scenario and situation. When you say protecting, I don't know if that's necessarily protected. I feel like my life matters too. My life matters too. And it's interesting because in that scenario, the person who died, she was very flippant with his death. I couldn't tell that she was so hurt that the fact that what ended up happening is one of the aggressors ended up dying because Travis Rudolph was able to defend himself. And she seemed to be really unmoved by the fact that someone died from that scenario and situation. So when we say protect black women in regards to what? In regards to what? See, I was watching a video by this brother named Sekou Odinga. And y'all brothers want to know who he is, just look him up. Sekou Odinga was a Black Panther back in the day. Sekou Odinga and Matulu Shakur. They got the sister Asada Shakur out of jail. And for that, they end up spending 33 years. 33 years in prison, this guy, Sekou Odinga. And Matulu ended up spending the amount of years in jail. They was willing to give up their life for protecting black women. But in their protection, I feel that protection was just. That protection was just. They should have given up themselves and their lives for the protection of that sister because she was unjustly sent to prison and for what she did, and they was able to get her out of prison and send her to Cuba. You know what I mean? So if it takes forever, sure, that's protect one. When you say protect black women, I could respect you on that regard. But when you say protect black women, and then you saying, well, you're sending me to the house because this guy cheated on me and I didn't like it, so I'm going to protect your honor. I'm going to protect your honor because this guy cheated on me. And now I'm spending 33 years in prison because my mother didn't like the fact that, hey, this guy slept with another woman. Now I question this whole idea of protect black women syndrome. Because my life matters too. Should I throw away my life in protecting my mother because she felt slighted because her love interest cheated on her with another woman? So now I'm spending the rest of my life in jail because I murdered a guy? No, you give up your life for just causes, just reasons. And for me, this is not really it. And these children they could go to jail for this shit. In fact, how are they going to be able to really respect even a man now? The fact that they are beating up a grown man, for their mother's honor. So now they go to school and now they feel like they get disrespected, they're gonna play that same kind of idea out. She is poisoning the well right now with these young men. She is poisoning the well. How are they gonna be socialized to respect authority or authority figures now? It's very problematic. It's extremely problematic.
Yep.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, my life matters too. And I shouldn't just be an attack dog for any situation that my mother or any female in my life feels slighted over. My life matters too. And if I'm going to give up my life, it should be something that I believe and I think I should give up my life for. If a man decides to sexually mistreat or abuse my child, or someone, my niece, I would gladly give up my life for her. Gladly, I would spend 100 years in jail. But to suggest that I should go beat up a man and risk my freedom because my mother feels slighted because her man sleep with a woman, now she feels away and has me as her attack dog. No way, no way. You deal with your own problems. You deal with your own personal issues and problems. You know. So I don't know. I just say that sometimes we should scrutinize this whole idea of so-called protect black women because my life matters too. My life matters too. So before I get involved in a scenario or situation where I might lose my life in the same situation with this Dominique Jones character, she don't give a shit that her friend's brother is dead. She don't give a shit about that. She's still living. She don't give a shit about him. No, my life matters too. So before I get sent out there as an attack dog, you got to think very carefully about the fight you're about to get into in trying to defend a woman's honor who is not honorable. Who is not honorable. You know, but I'm ranting right now. I'll leave it there. You know, your brothers go. I'm sorry.
Guys,
hey, Koku, can I just say one thing? I'm a chef. It's one thing to say, but a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
And then Jose, go ahead.
No, okay. I just wanted to say, to Buana, and because he mentioned Sekou Odinga, Sekou Odinga died yesterday.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know he died. I didn't know he died.
He passed yesterday.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's all I wanted to mention. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. What I wanted to say was, yes, Buana opened. I was keeping it to myself because I thought it didn't relate that much to this case, but the way Buana took it, I just want to mention this. About 2 weeks ago, I saw a short, and that was a young girl that she had lied to her brother about someone in at school. And this brother, this brother killed that person because she lied that this other guy had hit her, and he was in jail for I believe he got 24 years or something like that, and she was confessing to two people in that group chat. She was confessing to a lady and an adult lady and an adult man. She was confessing the whole story, and she said her mother punished her by taking her phone, and she was telling it laughing like ha 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 ha. And then he went there and he got and and now my brother's in jail, and my mother beat me up, and she took my phone. But yeah, that was that was a case of attack dog based on a lie. I mean, you could argue why kill him? He could beat him up, but still, it was he was an attack dog based on a lie. So shit happens, Yeah, that type of shit happens, and I just wanted to mention that because Buana opened the door to that route. So that shit happens too. Yeah.
Well, I want to add on.
Hey, can I say something? Can I say something right quick?
Okay.
I'm gonna say this right. After hearing Buana speak, it doesn't surprise. I know Bawana said his life matter. Bawana, nobody said your life didn't matter. Don't be jealous of the woman. But it doesn't surprise me when Bawana said he ain't jumped. Because Bawana told me when and Bawana, stop comparing and conflating stories that don't go together. I love you. You call me uncle. I love you. So you nephew. When that white boy, because he was a police, cussed my daughter out right in front of me, like she would nothing and I would nothing. Get your M and F and A in that M and F and truck before I do this and I do that. I told that white police, I'll shoot you between, I called my daughter and stood her right next to me. I'll shoot you between your effing eyes if you ever cuss my daughter again and cut your damn throat. Bawana told me I shouldn't have said anything because I have to survive. No, my daughter have to know that her father is a man and he don't give a damn whether it's a police or not. Ain't nobody gonna, not only was it disrespecting my daughter, I was right there. So he disrespected me too, daring me to say something. I don't have to look for a situation to say, when am I going to protect? I don't have to look for a situation to say, my life matter. Why do I have to do this for the black woman like my life don't matter? I'm not asking nobody or telling nobody to do the things that I do. But if you are a real protector and you gonna protect your woman, and this is not me co-signing what these, because I would have whooped them little kids' ass with a belt and I would have put that woman in check all at the same time. But you don't have to figure out the situation when you need to protect. I know my life matters. I know that, and I don't need nobody to tell me my life matter. But Wanda, your life matter. But a man, it's just certain things. You asked me one time how I get my name, and I showed you how I get my names. I love nature. I love watching animals. I love watching the lion prides, especially. So when I say Entwa de Mela, and I showed the clip, because I say this is me. This is my spirit. It might not be yours. But when the hyenas ran those 4, 5 female lions off the kill, one male lion stepped up to like 25 hyenas. And when that male lion stepped up, Entwa de Mela, he who greets with fire, his women joined him. Everything I talk about, I can send out and I can get somebody to aid me in what I talk about. It was this white boy in the store here. It's a time to protect. Sitting there cussing a black woman out while she's at work doing her job. And he said she was in his way. So I went over there and I told him, don't cuss her no more. If you cuss her, you're going to have a problem with me. You can't. What type of men are we if we think it's okay for any goddamn body to treat our women like trash because I'm concerned about my life mattering and I might be jealous of my woman because having nobody told me my life matter. Your life matters. See, now I told you. Man, we got to do better. I'm just being honest. We always talk about what other folks do and what other folks won't do and how these people handle this and how those people handle that. I don't know what other people do and I don't care, but I just don't believe no black man can go around and treat other people, women, any kind of way in their neighborhoods, in their communities, and nobody do or say anything to you mistreating them. Because I'm concerned. I'm just saying that's me. I ain't telling you or nobody else to do what I do. But I do feel that that's part of a man's job is to protect.
Brother Bakari, you exemplified the highest form of how we should be. You put women on a divinity level. So I take cues in certain solutions to whatever problems may be, because that's the best example. But there are some dishonorable women who don't. I mean, I can't protect you. If your daughter was to tell me that Uncle Bawana, my father died, and I probably know anyways. I would know that now I have a duty to your daughter in terms of what she may need, whether financial. She come to ask me, say, Uncle Bawana, I need this and that. My father died. He got shot by the police and defended me or defended my honor. That's honorable. That's on. But you're also telling me in the same breath, I get to defend a woman who she feel like, okay, her boyfriend cheated on her. Now, you know, you put me in a situation.
No, Bawana, that's not what I said. That's not what I said, but I said you gonna know when to protect. You gonna know when to protect. I'm not saying go jump out the window for anybody. You gonna know. You literally gonna know. I'm not gonna get involved. You're gonna know. I saw this white boy stand out there, pulled up to the parking spot, and he cussed this black woman out like she was nothing. And I saw all them black men just walk past. I looked to see if they were together, and I asked her, "Y'all together?" She was like, "No." I said, "Okay, I got this." That black woman was scared to death. It was two of them white boys. What the hell is a black man supposed to do? You know what I did? I stood there and I said, I dared him to say another damn word when he come out this store. You stay right here. Don't go nowhere. He ain't going to say a damn thing. And I said, his friend sitting in his truck who can hear me because I'm leaning on the truck while I'm talking. He ain't going to say a damn word either. They ain't going to say nothing. Neither one of them. When are we going to stand up and be men? How is it okay? Well, you can sit there, I sat there, you can see 20, 25 black men just walk past, and that white boy got his hands all up in that black woman's face, making her cry. They ain't even respecting your ass when they do that, because they know your ass ain't gonna do shit. So when you gonna stand up and be a damn man? Sometimes somebody got to say something, just like with that motorcycle game. Sometimes somebody got to say something. You will know when to protect. But sometimes you can't just constantly let, I'm gonna look, if I just lower my head and don't say nothing, we'll be okay because it ain't none of my business. They can come in your neighborhood and just beat your women. They can come in the neighborhood and like they did in Texas a long time ago and get the men and drag them behind a truck with a chain. They can just come in your neighborhood and do what the hell they want to do because we're still trying to figure out when are we supposed to protect. But I dare want us to go to anybody else's neighborhood. Come here and go to Little Mexico and speak to one of their women and watch how they react. We the only people that's trying to figure out when are we supposed to be men. You gonna know when you got to protect. But if we was built like that, all them Arabs, East Indians, and everything else, if we was built like that as a whole, them Arabs, them East Indians, them Orientals, they wouldn't be controlling our neighborhood the way they do. And we're okay with it. You know why? Because the black man ain't stepped up yet. And I'm just being honest. We want our women to follow us. Let's do some man shit then.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I think it's a little unfair what Bonner's saying about, oh, you shouldn't defend you shouldn't defend this woman, blah, blah. I don't think the brothers knew, like in that situation you were talking about, I don't think the brothers knew that it was just about cheating. You know, their understanding was that this man was like abusing their sister to the point where she's calling and crying, and like she's like, oh, I've been injured, I've been hurt, that kind of stuff. Now, I can't blame a man for that. And the same, like with this situation with the kids, I can't really blame the kids for not saying, you know what, my mother's unworthy. Like, obviously, to us as grown-ass people, we'll say the mother's unworthy. It's very unlikely that an 8-year-old is going to know that their mother's unworthy. You know what I mean? And it's very unlikely that an 8-year-old is not going to do what their mother tells them to do. Like, for instance, right now, I got this 8-year-old next to me. And yeah, he's probably like, if I tell him he can't punch well, but if I told him to go punch somebody, he probably would. I wouldn't do that because he's mad weak, but so I don't know why those kids were so skilled at what they were doing, but maybe they went to the public school system, who knows, right? But the same thing, what I'm saying is that I can't blame the children in this situation, and I can't blame the brother. Now, what I could say about the brother is that if something is happening, I personally, and it's not really the best thing about me, but I personally try to approach things rationally and kind of hear both sides of the story. Now, women don't like that. You know what I mean? But it is really a good thing for a man to try to assess the situation. So, a guy, you go to a guy and you say, man, I've heard you've been attacking my sister. And he's like, no, I haven't. And, she's just making that shit up. You know how women are. And then now here's the trouble. You're the boy, you're the brother, and he says, you know how women are, and you know how women are, right? And then you take that, it's probably gonna mess up your relationship with your sister, honestly. But that's the trouble. It's like if you have a sister that's on that time where she would lie to you or lie about some sort of violence, just understand that, yeah, you can go to prison. You could, you can go to prison for whatever she's trying to set you up to do, and she's kind of throwing your life away. But again, I can't really blame a brother. I can't blame the brother in that situation. I could say, and I mean brother like she's literally his brother. I could say that the brothers in that situation should have approached the situation from a more rational standpoint. But of course, it doesn't even seem too rational if you could grab your boy to go attack a man's house. It seems like a lot of boys, like if you look at these boys, like this, like somebody said, 5 years, 10 years from now, what are they going to be doing? They're going to be probably attacking people, right? So like if you're in the framework of attacking random people or assaulting random people, chances are you're probably going to get locked up anyway, right? But yeah, people are going to set you up in that situation because they know that you're on that time, and they might be on that time too. So it was just like for that other situation, again, I'm not going to blame the brothers per se, although they might just be, downright violent men, like unnecessarily violent men. There's nothing wrong with violence. It's just a matter of, just attacking random people or that kind of stuff. That's not really good for society. But I don't think that turning it around and saying that, like these boys were like, trying to defend the honor of their sisters. They were not doing that. What they were under the impression that some man was assaulting their sister, and then they did it. So kind of like when you said, hey, I would go and kill somebody for touching a child. Like, yeah, if a child tells you, like for instance, I got this little boy right here. This little boy says some dude was, molesting him. Absolutely. My mind is fixed on, some sort of retaliation. But of course, how rational you can be in that sort of situation, is a matter. But we got to remember this too. There are children, and I'm talking about white people too, but there are children who lie about sexual like molestation, and there are also children who lie about their parents cheating. So there's just and sometimes they just lie to punish their the male in question, which sometimes happens. And I remember this story from like some white folk. There's this account called Women Posting L's, and it's this white woman was saying how she's divorcing her husband because her child lied about she saw him cheating type shit because he told her to go upstairs or some shit, basically whatever. But like, yeah, sometimes even kids lie. That's a thing. So it's not like, just, some black women or some women, or some people or women lie. Sometimes people just lie, you have to sometimes discern it. And if you're not built on that discernment, the truth is this: a lot of people are going to take advantage of your naivete. And like you said, a woman could just look at you getting killed or your friend getting killed and think nothing of it because, who really cares about your life? You're just a quote unquote gangbanger anyway, So that's all I have to say. But yeah, that's.
I'm gonna say something.
Yeah, I had a friend who. Wait a second. I had a friend years ago was on a plane. This particular friend, black guy, 6'7" tall or something. He's on a plane, and a little white kid is in front of him, turned around in their seat, and kind of nagging him, right? And he tells the kid, he say, "Yo, kid, just turn around and sit down." And you know what that little kid said? That kid said, "When my daddy comes back from the bathroom, I'm telling you, touch me." That's how easy people can be manipulated. I think that's really the problem. I think the problem is that we have, a lot of us in black society have an outlook on manhood that's just some rah-rah shit all the time. I got to get buck all the time. And like Oni said, manhood really is about being rational. Manhood isn't just about brute strength and brute force and all this kind of stuff. Manhood is really about being rational. You have to sit down for a minute, and make sure, thanks, Anthony, you have to sit down for a minute and make sure that this story adds up. So that story that Buana brought up, that we talked about on Shoot the Breeze in the past, with the woman who called her brother because of some infidelity on her boyfriend's part, and she made it seem like he was beating her up. Well, if I'm that brother, quite frankly, I'm gonna go over there prepared to do what I need to do. But you gotta show me something. Did them guys who came there with guns and all that stuff and causing the guy to have to kill one of them or shoot one of them, did they see if the woman was bruised up? Did they see if she was beaten up? Like, we gotta make manhood have some objective to it too. You can't just be running around because there's a man and you'll gun down everyone or whatever, just because someone said something. Did you look into it? Did you discern it for yourself? And I think that's where we really need to get to. For us, as far as we know, in this particular story that we looked at, this woman could have told those kids anything. Well, he cheated on your mama, and maybe he didn't even do that. So it's about discernment. Now, those were kids, and it's wrong to put a battery in those kids' back like that. Because they don't have the age yet to discern things properly. But I think that's a conversation that needs to be had. That manhood isn't just this bravado and bluster and flying off the handle and all this kind of stuff. In fact, who teaches boys that's what manhood is? A lot of women teach boys that manhood is throwing hands and beating down somebody. And it's just not that. Urzuli, go ahead.
I don't know. I kind of disagree. I don't know. Me and Koku, we heard different, because I heard Oni talking about he don't blame the brothers for going in there and acting like that from one side of his mouth, and then he said, "Oh, they should have had discernment." Bro, what is it? Number one, that story that Wabuana forget to say, that lady herself was a married woman. She was married. She put the battery in her brother's back, the idiots, to go fight a man she was having an affair with. A man who had no loyal, a man that wasn't his girlfriend. They was just messing around. She had no bruises on her. There was no history of that man hitting the sister. So on one breath you say, "Oh, I don't." What I would agree with what Oni said, those little boys, yes, I can't fault them because they're little kids. Of course, they're gonna try to protect their mom. But you, as a woman, set your brothers to go attack a man because you're in your feelings. You're married, and you sending your brothers to shoot up a man's place where you ate with the mother, you ate with the family, and you're saying that, "Oh, I don't blame the brother for what?" And then one side is, "Oh, they should have discernment." What is it? That I agree with what Goku said. Manhood is like, no, I'm not defending you off the rip, or he hit you, where the bruises? A word? I'm gonna go over there and talk to him. If what he said don't sound right, two things: we call the cops, or we do what we came to do. Because either way, if you go in there and you go crash out for her, just like those boys went to crash out for their sister, somebody's brother got killed. And you know what the funny thing is? The prosecutor didn't even charge them with the murder. If that was the other way around, if a young man got his older brother to go fight another person, and then one of them person got killed, that brother would have been charged with that man's murder. So I'm just saying, I agree with what Goku said. Manhood is not about going to crash out or because the woman said go this. No. What happened? You got to analyze everything. The history, then you go. Nowadays, you can't just do that. You crash out, you get 30 years to life, and you done. That young man is dead because he was a crash test dummy. That's not even his sister. That's his friend's sister. So I agree with Bawana on one point about, you can't go cry. But those kids, to be fair, they're just little boys. So I give them the pass because they don't know any better. So that's what
All right. Does anyone else have any last thoughts? We have 10 minutes left for tonight's show. Let me see. This next topic has a 7-minute video, 8-minute video. So I don't know. Do you guys want to tackle the last topic for tonight, or should we end it here?
No, go ahead with the topic, bro.
One more topic?
Yeah, one more.
Should be topic number 4. Yeah, should be topic number 4 says, why are we ignoring UNESCO still? This came with a link to YouTube. We'll watch this video and then we'll discuss it briefly.
Ancient Egyptian civilization originated in Africa has been a subject of great interest and research in the field of Egyptology. Many people might not know, but this question was extensively debated and resolved more than 40 years ago at a significant conference in Cairo, Egypt. In this event, leading experts in the field of Egyptology engaged in a week-long discussion. Despite the significance of these findings, which showed strong evidence of the Egyptian language and culture having African roots, this information has not been widely known or discussed. In today's video, we're going to explore these historical discussions and their eye-opening conclusions. In 1974, UNESCO acknowledged that the ancient Egyptians were of African heritage, emphasizing Egypt's deep roots in the African continent. This recognition was a significant milestone in the study of African history. During a conference held from January 28th to February 3rd, 1974 in Cairo, Egypt, scholars Sheikh Anta Diop and Théophile Obenga presented compelling evidence that challenged the prevailing views in Egyptology, asserting the African identity of the ancient Egyptian civilization. This event, though not widely known among the general public, was a pivotal moment in redefining the understanding of Egypt's historical and cultural legacy. The Cairo Symposium was organized as part of UNESCO's project to create a comprehensive history of Africa. The key question UNESCO faced was whether to include the history of ancient Egyptian civilization as a part of African history. This required a thorough and scientific examination to determine if ancient Egypt's culture, language, and the ethnicity of its people were closely linked to the African continent. The necessity to prove the African heritage of ancient Egyptian civilization arose due to the existence of several conflicting views among historians and Egyptologists. There were 3 main opinions. 1. The most prevalent view among Western scholars and specialists was that the creators of the pharaonic civilization were originally a white European people. They believed these people migrated to Africa, where over time they tanned and intermixed with the African black populations. This theory suggested that the Egyptian people were of white European origin, and the darker skin tones seen in pharaonic frescoes were simply the result of this intermixing. 2. The second group consisted of Orientalist scholars who specialized in the study of so-called Oriental civilizations. They argued that the people who established the pharaonic civilization came from West Asia and founded this civilization on African land. 3. The third group, which included scholars like Sheikh Anta Diop and Théophile Obenga, asserted that the Egyptian civilization was a black civilization, created by black people, and was an integral part of the African world. This viewpoint faced significant opposition from both Orientalists and Western scholars, who often used their media influence to promote the idea that the Egyptian civilization was not of black origin. In response to the 3 conflicting viewpoints regarding the origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, a decisive and scientifically grounded conclusion was necessary. To achieve this, UNESCO, influenced by the initiative of Sheikh Anta Diop, organized the Cairo International Symposium on Egyptology. This event brought together the world's leading specialists and their teams to discuss and debate these issues. Sheikh Anta Diop and Théophile Obenga were among the key participants. The symposium focused on 2 main topics: the demographic history of ancient Egypt and the interpretation of the Meroitic script. However, the central issue of interest to all was determining the true roots and nature of ancient Egyptian civilization. At the UNESCO-organized symposium, world, including including 20 specialists, 5 observers, and 2 representatives from UNESCO, hailing from 14 different nations, dedicated many hours over several days to discuss the origins of ancient Egyptian civilization. Among all the participants, Sheikh Anta Diop and Théophile Obenga stood out as the only 2 advocating the perspective that the pharaonic civilization was a black civilization. They were the sole representatives of this viewpoint from Africa, in contrast to the other 18 scholars present. To establish that ancient Egyptian civilization was indeed African, it wasn't enough to just show that the pharaonic people had black skin. The task also involved demonstrating that the Egyptian people, 1, spoke languages indigenous to Africa, 2, had culture, customs, and traditions rooted in the African continent. To scientifically validate these points, experts had to draw upon a wide range of academic fields, including archaeology, anthropology, biology, chemistry, geography, and linguistics. They needed to employ various methods from all these disciplines. This required extensive study and research, representing a significant and high-level scientific endeavor. At the conclusion of the scientific colloquium, the findings of Sheikh Anta Diop and Théophile Obenga, who argued that the pharaonic civilization was an African civilization, were recognized as the most convincing. The final report of the colloquium acknowledged the thorough and detailed preparation of their presentations. Despite the comprehensive preparatory documents provided by UNESCO, the work of Diop and Obenga stood out, creating a notable imbalance in the discussions. Their scientific demonstrations of the African nature of Egyptian civilization were so compelling that other scientists, despite their numbers and expertise, could not effectively counter their arguments. This significant scientific milestone, achieved almost 50 years ago, confirmed through rigorous research that the pharaonic civilization was not white or Oriental, but distinctly African. Since then, ongoing serious research has only further reinforced the understanding that Egyptian civilization was a part of African heritage. Some detractors, unable to accept the findings, have chosen to ignore or downplay this event, acting as if it never occurred. This is one reason why many people, including Africans, still have questions about the origins of the pharaonic civilization, even though science addressed this matter nearly 50 years ago. There are instances where Western and Eastern media, as well as some publications and documentaries, continue to present misleading information about Egyptian civilization. These misrepresentations are often driven by motives unrelated to scientific truth. It's important to acknowledge and celebrate this symposium as a time when truth and justice prevailed. This event was a landmark in African historiography, a moment when Sheikh Anta Diop and Obenga made significant contributions to the understanding of African history. Their efforts not only highlighted the rich legacy of their continent, but also showcased the triumph of their ancestral land in the global arena.
Should be subject number 4. Why are we ignoring UNESCO still? RBG, I'm going to start with you. Real Black Gentleman, what are your thoughts here?
Well, I mean, just the idea, the whole idea, the theory that was drawn to me, that basically describes the whole Arabization of the invasion. The fact that, you know, continental people, white people from Europe, are basically Western, you know, that area. Basically, the two theories that the white people say is basically the same theory, and it's just that theory is just an excuse to backform the presence of the Arab in Egypt right there. That's all I have. That was the one thing that I noticed. The whole the two theories that the white people were saying. I'm gonna pass.
I appreciate that. Let me hear from Brother Bakari next. Brother Bakari, what say you?
Well, when we go through this, and if you listen to YouTube, the so-called listening to this, this is why I tell people I don't use the word conscious or woke to describe myself, how I see my Africanness, and is because when I listen to this on social media, right? You can just listen to YouTube now. There's a whole group of black people that consider themselves conscious. They're in the so-called conscious community, which I call the con man community. They are doing everything in their power. Now you literally see friends falling out with each other because they are doing everything in their power right now. And I would name them, but I don't like to call their names unless y'all want to hear their names. They are doing everything in their power to prove that Theophile Banger and Sheikh Anta Diop was wrong and Egypt was not black. They want to say Egypt was Greek. They want to say it was Arab. I'm sorry, Arab. I apologize for trying to say that shit correctly. Arab. They would say it's anything other than African, regardless of how much information that they have. And it's a whole group of them who just really ignore all of the findings. If you I don't know if y'all ever heard of Smash Rockwell. Do y'all remember a group back in the day, a rap group back in the day called the Hieroglyphics? They were from California. Yeah. Smash Rockwell was in that group. And he literally have YouTube that they have really fallen out because he go by the rules and he see that Egypt and all of that was black. But you have these, and they want to prove that it's not black. So when you say why they're ignoring UNESCO, when it comes to these people on social media, on YouTube, and people that listen to YouTube and somehow have made these people scholars, they would be part of the reason we ignore the findings. They would be part of the reasons a lot of us don't understand that ancient Egypt was black. And not only was it black, if you study, oh my God, I can't even think of his name right now, but he's the only black archaeologist over in Egypt right now doing digs. He had the thing called, he do the tour of the Potomac, Egypt on the Potomac. I don't know if Anthony Browder. Yeah. They do everything in their power to say he has lied about everything he say and about everything that he do. But if you study Anthony Browder, you can also see that there's a connection with ancient Egypt and West Africa. But back to the question, social media people will ignore it because somehow these people who ain't never been known for other than a jail in the jail and standing on the corner line have convinced people that they are the scholars. And I'm not saying if you went to jail that you can't be a scholar, that you can't be whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm literally talking about these people who have never done nothing but scam people. They have convinced people on YouTube that they are scholars, and ancient Egypt was anything other than black. I even had a guy tell me, y'all don't even see, if you read this book, you'll see at least 4 of the pharaohs were Chinese when we thought they were black. So that's part of the reason. I'll get the mic.
Bakari, before you go though, you know me, I like to point out the silly shit. So I like the shame. So I think something you said there, I think deserves that. Who are these people who are saying that ancient Kemet wasn't black?
You ever heard of a guy named Garfield Reed? And he's been called out for scamming. A guy named Chief X. You can find you can find the Amin Ra Squad. You can find the so-called pseudo killers. There's a whole lot of them who, and they're going around them, and they completely. And then you had a guy named Ghazi Ngozi, who I used to respect. Now y'all was talking about religion earlier, and I can see with him being a Muslim. Now I see what that religion played a part in his thinking, because he want to say ancient Egypt was mostly Arab and not black. That's what he wants to say. He say the people in ancient Egypt now, the people in Egypt now are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. Well, but if you look up Mustafa Hefni, who's a black guy from Egypt, he would tell you, if you listen to him about the black people in Egypt, We just don't see them. They're not put on TV. And I have a friend, Khatib, who's from Egypt, and according to him, if you ever go to Egypt and you go in certain areas, you're not going to see anything but black people. He said, I believe it's more black Africans in Egypt than Arabs. I don't know. I haven't been. But the people who win the war tell the story. And back to what y'all was saying earlier about religion and how some of these religious people do. That's why I said we can't say all, but I understand what y'all mean, and I agree. His religion of him being a B-Rab, you know, a black Muslim, a B-Rab, a black man trying to be an Arab, make him ignore facts as well. So they went from, I was listening to a debate. They were trying to debate Smash Rockwell. And Smash Rockwell was constantly showing proof. And what they would say when they, well, see, in my opinion, that's what they would say. To prove all of the facts wrong, they would say, in my opinion, in my opinion, in my opinion, in my opinion. But it's a whole lot of them that want to prove ancient Egypt was not black. A lot of them on social media today. And they have pretty big channels too.
That. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Bakari. I appreciate that. See, that's why I like about Shoot the Bridge. So sometimes I learn about channels that are good to follow, and sometimes I learn about those that aren't. And so, you know, the reason why I asked Bakari to name them, and some of you in the chat were well familiar. So shout out to KW Don 7, Trigger Happy 262, etc. Now you know, if you're listening to those channels, yeah, stop that shit. And if you don't know those channels, don't look them up. Right? So that's the idea. You see, behaviors that are not
I'm sorry, y'all can look up Smash Rockwell.
Yeah. Someone called, I think it was Trigger Happy, said Smash Rockwell is a good channel. So I'm not talking about Smash Rockwell, but all the other ones, Chief X and them who KW Don 7 and them are familiar with. Yeah, avoid those types of channels. Anyone talking anything but African, just avoid that shit. So thank you for that, Bakari. Let me go to Jose if he's still there. Jose, what say you? Why are we ignoring UNESCO still?
I don't know, man. It's a general thing that we have that we it must be confirmed from the outside before the doubts are gone, and nobody outside of us is gonna confirm that Egypt is us. Really, nobody, you know. But yeah, Anthony Browder is doing good work. Except I have you know, he himself believes in the I believe he's a Democrat, and he believes in the Russian mingling in the elections and all that kind of propaganda, and that has me like because for me it comes on top of this colleague of him, this British guy that made the calendar. I don't know if you guys know of that. And he threatened me with his British mercenary friends while he's a martial art guy, and I'm no fighter, and he's like 2 times my weight, and you know, I had a personal confrontation with him, with this British guy, and since Anthony Browder is in his clique, I'm like, okay, and then what type of person is Anthony Browder? You know, if he is also a diehard Democrat that believes in all the Democrat propaganda, but still, he does good work. So yeah, what I think about us. Yeah, I already said it. It's our general lack of you know, stand our ground. Sheikh Anta Diop has confirmed it. and others, and many numerous scientists have failed to prove otherwise. And it's just that it's us, the noses are broken off. There's no reason to doubt, but why are we still discussing these facts? And yes, in West Africa, there are many traces that connect with Egypt. Serer, a population in Senegal, are confirmed ancestors, direct ancestors, and you will find monoliths. And I believe we should there should be more people studying West Africa, because there are monoliths to be studied that I suspect have similar connections with the stars. I'm sorry for how I beword it. My English is not my first language, but there's a lot to study in West Africa that I am sure will confirm one-on-one that it's the same. It's us, even in my own language, Kemet, Kemet. We all know what it means, and in my language, it means exactly that: burned, right? And what was that other thing that I wanted to say? The Senegalese wrestling. You will find people in the carved in the stones that look exactly like that, including all the spiritual things that they get from the marabout before they fight. So of course it's us. It's the whole continent with all these invading peoples. We retreated back into the continent, I'm sure. Even in South Africa, in Southern Africa, you will find people that are directly linked to Kemet. I mean, we descended by the Nile and ended up in the Nile Delta. So we only got we retrieved, as I said, we retrieved back where we came from, and that's from the whole continent. And yeah, what can I say? Of course it's us. Who else? and I leave it to the rest of y'all.
Appreciate that, Jose. Make sure you guys, when you listen to the playback, check out the chat. Trigger Happy, them are putting up channels that we should be tuned into. Because right now, I'll tell you the truth, I only really listen to the folks on KWAZ Radio. Outside of that, Afro Think Tank shows some love, so I'll catch his videos. I'll catch one or two Brandon videos still. And that's about it. Camjiverse. And that's about it. So I appreciate, the suggestions out there. Thanks for that, Jose. Anthony, what say you?
Oh, yeah. Coco, Coco, I know that you very busy, brother, man. You do a lot of things, and you probably don't get a chance to check your IG channel that much, because I be sending you a lot of information.
Yeah,
I be sending a lot.
I'm sorry about that.
I send you. I send you. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I be sending a lot of stuff. Yeah, and I know I say Coco. I'm probably sending him too much stuff. No, I probably need to chill out for a minute. But I'm saying, it's a brother. He's from Senegal. I think he just recently passed. And he's from Senegal. And he was a student of Dr. Sheikh Antigio. And his name was, I can't remember his last name, but I know his first name was Abubakar. But anyway, he got a whole book, and I put it on Instagram and I sent it to you. And it was about migrations from the Nile Delta, from the Nile region, from ancient Kemet to West Africa. He was talking, and he was going through details like several migrations, like from the 5th century, and on and on. Okay. We talking about if we go back to ancient Kemet, now we already know from all of the studying, all of the work that we did, that the original people were black people, African people. But there was a time like around 2000 BC, somewhere in that area, where people from these Eurasian people from Western Asia, came into North Africa. They spread across North Africa to places like Libya, Algeria. These places like these people who the European, they call them Berbers. They call themselves Amazigh people. And then, and later around the 6th century CE, you had the Arabs who came in and mixed with these Amazigh people. You know what I'm saying? So pretty much we call it Arab North Africa. But like if you study in the history of Kemet, you read real good in the history of Kemet. You had around a time when you had the great king Ramses II. He left in details of how he had fought against these people called the Sea people. These people from the Asian Sea Basin, from the Greek islands. And these people were in allegiance with these Berber people, the Amazigh people in North Africa and Libya. One group was called the Libu, which is where you get the name Libya from. They had groups called the Meshwesh and these different other groups. Now, the pharaoh who came after him, his name was this other Ramses III. He was known as Merneptah. I need only could get these names right. His name was Merneptah. Merneptah. I think it was Merneptah. Okay, and he wrote about his victory against these people, how it almost destroyed Egypt. He had to put everything he had to put into it to save Egypt. Where these Sea people and where these Berber people had invaded the Nile Delta. They invaded the Nile Delta. So over a period of time, the population in the Nile Delta, which is what you call Lower Egypt, because you know how in Africa, the Nile River runs from south to north. So what we look at on a map will be northern Egypt, would be Lower Egypt, and when we look at down toward the Sudanese border, would be Upper Egypt. Over a period of time, these people had began infiltrating in the Nile Valley, and then around 1000 BCE, around that time, and on like the 800s, the 900s, you had a majority of the pharaohs, the rulers of Egypt, and mind you, they weren't the rulers of all of Egypt. The rulers in the Nile Valley area were these people of Libyan heritage. These are Berber people, Amazigh people. Well, in Upper Egypt, in the south, you had the people like from around Aswan, who were like the indigenous Egyptian people, like the people who African people look like Nubians. So I'm saying, when it came to the modern age, to the modern era of what they call the Egyptology era, where you had all these like George Reisner and all these people, they looked at it like, well, man, these damn Egyptians, these were no black people, man. Not studying the whole thing. These ain't no black people. No, these were some Arabs under these Libyans and these Eurasian type people. You know what I'm saying? And that's where all of that got lost. That's where all that kind of stuff got lost in. And it was good that we had brothers like Sheikh and the Joke. You know what I'm saying? And Theophilo Banger, man, I love that brother, man. I read so much of his stuff. You know what I'm saying? To come back and get all of that stuff straight. But yeah, it comes out of something, man. It ain't just like they just, of course they had an agenda, to take Egypt away because, Egypt, Kemet, what we call it, was a high civilization, and damn near a lot of all of the early things that we think about, we associate with civilization all over the world came from out of Kemet, and it came from black people. And so, yeah, of course, it was an agenda, to take that away. But I'm saying, but I think we had to properly study the history. You know, Anthony Browder's a great one. You know, like I say, Sheikh Andy Job is a great. There's a lot of great people who do a lot of great work. But I'm saying, but I'll leave it like that, man. I'll leave it at that. I know we're running short on time.
No, I appreciate all of that you just said, and I'll go back and check the post. You're right. After I do shoot the breeze these days, I got some other things to look at, and so I kind of don't be on social as much as I used to. So I apologize if I missed it.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry, Koku. Just one thing. I should have real quick. Can I say just one thing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just one thing. Okay, just one thing, real quick. Now you remember, it was in the I think like it was around the 8th century BCE, in the 700s, like 750, some 760 like that, where you had the Pharaoh, the brothers from out of Kush, from in Sudan, like it was Kashta and Pai and Tohaka. They invaded Kemet. The pharaohs, the kings who were over Kemet at that time, they were Libyans. It was the 24th dynasty. They were Libyan pharaohs. This pharaoh named Shishak and Orsakan, they were Libyan pharaohs, and they had been in power for like over Lower Egypt for about 200 years. And when Taharka them and the Kushite pharaohs came in, they said that we were returning the land back to his people. I'll leave it right there.
Appreciate that, Anthony. Appreciate that. I saw something in the chat from Trigger. I just have to point out quickly. He said the map isn't of our orientation, which is something we should all know. But he says cartography once again shows worldview. The Chinese, for example, put their own country at the center of the map. I did not know that. That's good information to get. I did not know that. Erzuli, what say you to all of it?
Well, I don't think black people all over the world are gonna recognize that until it's in their books that's written by the powers that be. So, well, if we take a look at the Buddha with the Bantu knots, tell you he was black, but black people don't believe that. The Olmec heads with the afros are out there in America. Yeah, I don't believe that. So the images, the statues, quote unquote, that the ancestors left said that they were black. Yeah, I don't believe that. Yes, there was some, after the mixing, the conquer of Egypt, there were some pharaohs that came from Greece and from yes, but the people who built those pyramids, and they said that Nubia or Sudan has even more pyramids than Egypt. And if that's the case, if those people are the original Egyptians and they're not originally from Africa, how come they didn't build pyramids in Europe or in Iraq? Why did you come to Africa to build it? So you didn't build it where you came from, but you came to Africa and built it. At the end of the day, if you look at those carvings in the wall, they tell you who the people were. So yes, UNESCO, if UNESCO said it, UNESCO didn't make it public. UNESCO didn't make it wide known, didn't put any propaganda behind it. UNESCO didn't do none of that. So UNESCO probably did do it, and it kept it among a certain group of people. And again, let's go back. Africa, the so-called cradle of civilization, all these countries, none of them are putting it out. The Ghanaians are not doing it. They're not doing that. Nobody. The people from, I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the people in charge, the governments of the countries in Africa are not making an effort to put this out. So the Buddha has been too knots. The Buddha has elongated ears. Who till this day have those things? When you look at we don't need those people to tell us that. We see black people still have locks. Black people who still have Bantu knots. Black people still elongate their ears. Black people still have big noses. The evidence is out there. It's in our DNA. That's why we keep doing those hairstyles. What's the people with the red? The red tribe in Africa. I forgot their name. But They continue with that. Who wears more jewelry than the motherfucker? Black people. And that's why I think in a way they demonize, like when the black boys do the high tops, they do the locks, they do the double twists, because that's our DNA telling us who we are. Because those are those people. If you look at some of those drawings and stuff like that, you see people with cornrows, you see people with locks, you see people with afros. All these people, all those Arabs now that are in it, they don't have none of those. Show me an Arab with locks. Show me an Arab with cornrows. Show me an Arab that reveres the snake. Show them to me. But again, the walls tell us who were the original people. I'm not going to say that they didn't mix with some Romans and stuff at the latter part, but I will say that the people who were there before, see me, just like I believe the people who are here in America, the first ones were us. But some people say, hey, you are hating, but whatever. So UNESCO probably did put it out, but that nobody got under it to make it popular. Like the Sudanese didn't do it, the Ghanaians didn't do it, the Nigerians didn't do it. Nobody's doing it. Look at this. Look at the skin complexions in there. Look at the afros. Who has those?
I guess they get overwhelmed by National Geographics and all that type of
probably
all that type of programming. And at the end, I when you're all done, I want to add something too.
No, go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead. You could go. I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. To continue what you are saying. There is suspicion that there are pyramids in Yugoslavia, but that's what I want to add. There's something. There's more suspicious stuff in that area in the southeast Europe, and in the rest of Europe, even here, this Sinterklaas, Sinterklaas and Black Pete. This Black Pete in Belgium and the Netherlands. At the end of slavery, they turned Krampus. It was Krampus, some sort of demon. They turned it into a black man, right? Because that's how they are. I mean, I live here and I know Dutch people, and they are like, they are like bullies, really demonic bullies to the level of demonic, right? So at the end of slavery, they made it was a demon, Krampus. And they made it a Black Pete, right? And this Krampus figure in Germany, in Eastern Europe, or rather southeastern Europe, they have these festivals, and they don't know where it came from. Well, in Senegal, you have this figure called Kankoran, and well, damn, doesn't Kankoran look like Krampus, right? Hairy, with all those. What I'm saying is not only was Egypt black, but I suspect in a very wide range around Egypt was also black. I mean, I even suspect that Stalin he killed a lot of supposedly farmers in the south, right? In the southern USSR members, and yeah, why not? Why not suspect that those were black people? Why not? Why not suspect that those are traces? Everywhere in Turkey there are black Turks, and they say, yeah, it's slavery. In Palestine there are black Palestinians. Yeah, they are there because of slavery. In India there are black 200 million black people. Yeah, slavery. No. We were indigenous, and we were wiped out. We were wiped out. This vampire figure in Yugoslavia. I forgot what his real name is. Who used to pin people on poles.
Vlad the Impaler.
Yeah, who were these people that they killed? Those crusaders. who were those people that they killed off? In each one of those cases, me personally, I think that's how we disappeared from those regions, and that's it.
All right. Let's hear from Buana, and then of course after Buana, let's hear from Oni. Go ahead, Buana.
Okay, so this is how I would do this. So I'll work backwards. So when Jose said that Krampus was image and idea that they stole from Africa, when he says that, I am reminded by this European painter called Pablo Picasso. Pablo Picasso took a lot of African images, the things that he would have saw in Africa, and he made paintings of these things. And then he didn't subscribe to I got this from an African person who molded this particular thing. He didn't attribute to that, but he stole a lot of that culture and he put it in his pictures and artistry and sell it for a couple $1 million. So I find it to be funny how you relate the Krampus image to an African imagery that he probably would have seen in Senegal. That's the first thing. The second thing is I want to touch on what Erzuli said. Now, I tease Erzuli a lot in terms of when he references the whole "we was here first" idea. But where I would give Erzuli credit is that I have physically seen, there's a guy who has a YouTube channel called Ace Live. He's a Haitian guy out of South Florida. He went to Mexico and he went to the different museums in Mexico and he was showing the images of the statues that was in Mexico BC, thousands of years ago in Mexico. And if you see some of the statues, they look like black people, really and truly. You have to check it out for yourself. You don't believe me? I want your brothers and sisters under the sound of my voice to do their own personal research. Go to Ace Live when he traveled to Mexico and when he went into the museum and the statues that were there, they were African images. So when he say that we was here first, I don't go all the way with him on it, but I understand what he means because there were Africans who I believe who reached this side of the world way before Christopher Columbus. I believe that to be really believe that, and that's why Ivan Van Sertima would have put that in his book. Okay, so I just really wanted to touch there. In terms of Anthony McFall and what he said, I really appreciated his commentary because you could tell that he is a student of Egyptology. You could tell that he's a student of this information. And I'm when he mentioned Tahaka and the fact that there was a Libyan kingdom before Tahaka came, I didn't know that. And that was something that he kind of like really, elucidated the idea of this black king coming into power into Egypt. Because I knew about the Haka, but I didn't know about the Libyan control over that area, and the fact that he spoke to of the specificities in these kinds of things. You could tell he really did a whole lot of review on the information. But in terms of the prompt itself, let me address the prompt itself. Because there is a battle right now in this whole Egyptian world. There's an Egypt guy called Dr. Zahi Hawass. Zahi Hawass. Zahi Hawass.
Yeah.
And it's his contention that Egypt wasn't black. It was really a European, blah, 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 blah. Even though he's an Egyptologist, he is a Eurocentric kind of Egyptologist. He takes the whole idea of sub-Saharan Africa or black Africa outside of Egypt. Then you have the people like Shikanta Diop and Dr. Theophile Obenga and contemporaries. Their contemporaries like Dr. Yosef Van Yochanan and other people who would have came to the West to convey their messages to Western audiences. So you have this push and pull between those two ideas. And you have Negroes who Brother Bakari would have mentioned, the Tiger Squad and these kinds of people who think that the white man ice is colder. They take up the position of brothers, black Egyptologists like Zahi Hawass to say that, okay, we are just a bunch of Egyptologists or Egyptomaniacs. You know, we want to see Egypt as the center of the world. You know, we can't see nothing different. We just a bunch of Afrocentrics. We are wrong in our scholarship. But let's be very clear. Dr. Shakanta Diop was scientists, you know, par excellence in their time. And see, there are some black men who don't believe that black men can be scientific or professional or at the top of their craft. Who are they to question white men? This is what some black people believe. Who are they to question black men? You know, because in doing that, we are turning the world on its head. Just like the slave back in the day when the when the black man used to try to escape the plantation, say, where we going? You know what I mean? Where we go? We can't escape this plantation. This is the best we ever had it. How dare you question what the plantation owner trying to? Yeah, so these guys don't believe in free thinking and freedom, or the black mind can actually have an idea that's original, or to be superior to any white kind of thinking. These kinds of Negroes is running around here, and they unfortunately they proliferate things like Sonetta TV and all these other things. Also, you got to remember now, people with these kinds of there are some brothers who are following the money train. So they take up these kinds of different kinds of things with the algorithms and following ideas of Hebrew Israelite and all these other things, these ridiculous theories, because they pay in bills. They got to pay bills. They got to keep certain things popular, even though the information might be wrong and erroneous. You got to keep the algorithm going because that's how they pay their rent. So you can't really taking them seriously because really and truly they are what I consider to be mercenaries. But even within that, they're always going to be the good with the bad. You have the students of the Ben Buchanans and John Henry Clarks and the Theophilo Bingham. You have Jabari, brothers like Dr. Jabari Osaze. You have people like Sigma Killer who trying to help and assist in bringing the truth, but it's always going to be masked among the people who really just trying to pay their rent. So they're gonna create all kind of narratives, and you're gonna have the push and pull with the black men who always gonna believe the white man ice is colder. So it's a lot of complexity to these kinds of arguments, and you really have to be within these kinds of channels to understand what's actually going on. But I leave it to the brothers like Anthony and Kemji, Verse, and all these brothers who are really sincerely interested, trigger happy, sincerely interested in this kind of historical information, to help in and assisting people, to educate the people and bring true information forward. But like I say, man, I will leave it there. But I was just trying to kind of like cipher through a whole lot of that complexity and siphon it down to kind of make it simple for anyone who would probably want to listen to this kind of information. But I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Appreciate that, Buana. Buana, real quick, you speak French, right?
Conversational. I ain't native, but I conversational. Yeah.
Okay. Because I this paper that or papers that Trigger Happy is referring to in the chat that's in French would have been kind of cool to have a person who could interpret it, and we have a discussion
between me and
live about it. So
between me and Arzuli, we can figure it out. Me and Arzuli can figure it out.
Okay. I'm gonna look up the papers. I'll reach out to two of y'all during the week. All right. Last but not least, let's hear from our brother Oni from the pro-black perspective. What say you?
Oh, okay, yeah. So I actually heard of this debate a long time ago. There was a bookshop. There's a bookstore on near Fulton, and the brother was recommending books to me and recommending scholars back in the day, and he was like, he spoke of this debate like 2 African scholars versus 18 European scholars. Sounds like a fair fight, and of course the Africans won. So it's definitely something that more of us should talk about, discuss, that sort of stuff. But unfortunately, Egypt has a special role in the history of humanity. Like a lot of us don't realize this, but all of the Abrahamic faiths are kind of center around Egypt. You know, I mean, I never read their books, obviously, but from what I gather, you know, like if you go into the story of Moses, he's allegedly the Pharaoh's, you know, adopted son. You know, if you go to the story of Jesus, he goes and hides out in Egypt when he's gonna be killed in Israel or some shit, right? You go to, you know, the Muslims. I don't know much. I don't know if Muhammad actually went to Egypt. I don't know, but eventually the Muslims take over Egypt and they preserve Western, like they preserve the Egyptian knowledge, and it eventually becomes foundational to Western culture. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, they also preserve the Roman history, they also preserve the Greeks, but basically, it's the Arab conquest of North Africa, and then eventually, uh, like that preservation of knowledge that they had when they were eventually defeated in Al-Andalus, that preservation of knowledge was transmitted to become foundational to what we call the Renaissance, and you know, Europeans now being the dominant force on the planet. So, or Europeans eventually becoming the dominant force on the planet. Basically, you know, Egypt is central because it is probably one of the oldest repositories of human knowledge, right? One of the things about the history of humanity, right, is that everybody knew for thousands of years, everybody knew that the ancient Egyptians were black. That's why I don't even understand people saying the ancient Egyptians weren't black, especially black people, because it doesn't even make any sense to me, because everybody knew it. Okay, everybody knew it. And it's in the Bible, for crying out loud, right? Like it's literally one of the more popular stories of the Bible of the Old Testament is the story of Noah, and Noah has 3 children, and his children are Ham, Japheth, and Shem. And everybody, like most people would say, hey, you know what? Those describe the 3 races known in the ancient world, right? The Hamites, the Shemites, the Semites, and the Japheths, right? Whatever the Hamites, whatever the Shemites, the Semites, and the Japhet are, who knows, right? But who the Hamites were clearly African. And how you know this is because the children that are named from the Hamites, right, are Cush, Mizraim, Palestine, obviously, and no, Canaan, right? Canaan, and so on and so forth, and Phoenicia, right? And if you look at those those children names, you realize those are kingdoms. Those are ancient kingdoms, right? Now you then kind of extrapolate that the children of Japhet and the children of Shem are also ancient kingdoms, but nobody knows who those kingdoms are. But we know, or not that nobody knows, but you know, it's just, they're all old names, so you're not really sure. But Cush, you know what I mean? It's plain as day, right? Black. Mizraim was Egypt, plain as day. So what you're telling, what, and of course Canaan as well. But what you're telling is, from this story was, oh, these are the black kingdoms because they're the children of the black race, right? Now some people are arguing, well, all of them had to be black if the first one was black. You know what I mean? But that's not. I don't think. I think it's allegory. I don't think you should take it too literally. I think it was more of a historical lesson. You know, whatever. My point is this: in regards to Egypt and what have you, right? Martin Delaney. Okay, no, matter of fact, it was David Walker. David Walker outlines, oh yeah, how Hannibal was black and how Egypt was black. Okay, David Walker writes his book. This same book, which is actually that bookstore was telling me to go read David Walker, right? But David Walker was writing this book before Nat Turner even did his revolution. In fact, some people think that he inspired Nat Turner. The point is that David Walker, 1850 something, 1840 something, is talking about a black Egypt. Okay, and this is a man who was enslaved, right? Everybody knows that Egypt was black. What happened was white folk had a political interest in not saying that Egypt was black because they were trying to say that black people are inferior. That's it. Because how can you say black people are inferior if they had the best civilization in the history of humankind? You know, it's just not something that's consistent to say, hey, you know what? Black people are stupid, black people are dumb, black people don't know math, black people are so forth. And they have the best, their best civilization in human history. Right? Phenomenal to the point where even in the industrial age, a lot of the, you know, with all the heavy machinery, they couldn't replicate some of the results that were done in Egypt. Right? So they had a political interest in that. It was false. Everybody and their mother knows it. So, you know, me hearing that black folk are saying it's false, like, it just sounds stupid. Like, it just sounds stupid because the ancient Greeks themselves would just talk about how Egyptians were black. They were talking about how the Egyptians were black so much that when they saw that there were people in southern Russia, right, who the Colchis, I guess, who were circumcising people and had dark skin or whatever, they were like, oh, they must be like the Egyptians because they have dark skins and they circumcised because they're black and they circumcised. So I mean, and just to land the plane, I think that a lot of people, I think African people did travel around the world. One of my favorite books, like I recommend 3 history books all the time. The 3 history books, obviously, Destruction of Black Civilization. Shout out to the matron. She's reading that right now for you guys. So definitely check her out. She's been reading, I think it was 7 p.m. or maybe 8 p.m. I think 7 p.m. Yeah, 7 p.m. She's reading 7 p.m. for the last few days. So you got to check her out. She's definitely reading the book. That's one of those books you should read. And I tell you to read it. You should read it every year, but I don't do that. So I can't really say that anymore. But read Church of the Black Civilization. The other one is Wonderful Ethiopians of the Ancient Kushite Empire. Okay? Because Azuni is saying stuff about the ancient Arabians or the ancient, Middle Eastern, how they were blah blah. Like, yeah, that's documented.
Let's get Oni.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing real quick? It was a sister that wrote that book.
Drusilla Dudley Houston, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Oh, yeah. So Drusilla Dudley Houston, yeah, that's like I said, that's one of those top 3 history books again. And the last one, of course, is Robin Walker. That one's huge. It's good. Robin Walker, sorry, what was it called? When We Ruled, right?
When We Ruled.
I don't know if we can get him on the show, but I mean, I can't really connect you on him, but that's a good brother, right? He's alive right now. He's I think he was an economist, and he said, let me just put together this history, and he did. And it's a really excellent book. So those 3 books, but like, yeah, you can see the African presence in other countries, absolutely. But I don't think that you can use that to say, hey, you know what, the Native Americans don't exist or some shit, or the Native Americans are perpetrating a fraud. No, I think that like in the Wonderful Ethiopians of the Kushite Empire, we know that African people went to other countries and brought in their civilization for what it's worth. Now, I have a hypothesis as to why we did that, but that's just going to be a little the tangent. But my point is that we know that Black people had established different, if you will, colonies around the world, right? We know that we've done that. Did it backfire? Absolutely. Did it backfire? Absolutely. But we're not. Well, I do not subscribe to the view that we are replacing other people. But as far as why people don't understand the UNESCO thing, I think again, like I said, white people have a political interest in saying that Black folk are inferior. That's it. White folk have and look, I don't blame white people for that. I think white people should absolutely try to advocate for their own superiority. Because that's what we should be doing. We should be advocating for our own superiority. And I'm not saying, take it to Razuli's level where we say that everybody and their mother Black. No, but absolutely, I think that when we are Black and when we are doing good shit, we should be putting that forward. You know what I mean? Black man does this, we should put that forward. And we should be because the power of images. Even though it made it seem like I wasn't really about media. I'll tell y'all this, matter of fact. Somebody just wrote on Twitter, and I'm gonna end it here. Sorry, but somebody wrote on Twitter, "Why don't you think about suicide?" And it's like that never crossed my mind. And I said, "Look, that never crossed my mind, but maybe there's something in the media that's making that cross some of you guys' mind. And have you guys heard of the Were Her effect?" So a long time ago, I decided to look into racism, and a lot of racism, like where the racist ideas come from was this guy named Goethe. Goethe, now it's not him, it's just that he was such a good writer that somebody was like, white people got to be superior because this guy is such a good writer, But anyway, so I read Goethe's Sorrows That Were Her. It's a good book, but in the book, the protagonist, spoiler alert, protagonist commits suicide, right? And then after that book was published, a lot of other people started committing suicide too. So they call it the Were Her effect, because when people publicize or romanticize suicide, a lot of people, like humans, will do that. They'll go along with it. So media is a very powerful thing. And that's why, again, white folk are not going to give you good media so that you can feel good about yourself. They want you to feel like shit. They don't want you standing up. And at the same time, you have to give out good media for yourself. So yeah, you take Egypt. And first off, because the Egyptians were black, they were African. Some of them are your ancestors, right? But also, like, take it. It's the best fucking civilization on the planet. That's it.
Yeah, well said at the end there. Just take it, man. The shit, it's the best thing we've ever seen on the planet. Just go ahead and take it. Take it. Is there any last thoughts? I know we've gone over time tonight. I apologize. But hanging out with you guys is always a highlight of my week usually. So I appreciate being here with you guys. I hope you guys. Pardon me?
We can't go another hour?
Yeah, we won't go another hour. But
okay, but I'm sorry, Goku.
That's what she said, right? But I appreciate the conversation, and tonight was a real good conversation. Is there any last thoughts on this prompt? Well, on the screen I have up the page that Trigger says he thinks the video comes from here. Hey. And Zuli made the point that I could translate it to English, and I did it. So what I might do is I might actually read some of these off during some of the weeks. We'll see what happens. But maybe I'll go in there and read some of the articles on there. All right, Anthony, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just one thing. I was just thinking back, like when Brother Bakari was talking about those groups. Now, I was, I mean, not against Brother Bakari, but I'm just saying that Amara Squad group, well, I don't know if they done had a change of mind or whatever, but that chick, that sister, Mayat, Oya Mayat, she pretty much in the camp of, a Black Egypt thing. Now, and look at, hey, and I got a whole lot of problems with that sister because she do a whole lot of low vibrational stuff.
Absolutely.
But I'm saying, yeah, a whole lot of it. But I'm saying, she pretty much, she in the camp of Black Egypt. I mean, because it's in her name, Oya Mayat. They always talking about the Mayat, about the principles of Mayat. So, I mean, I didn't know, maybe they had some kind of a split in their organization or something like that. I guess, had you heard of it?
That's why I be talking about these people on here be scamming all the time. And that's why I say I get away from certain things and just damn near completely turn the YouTube off. And I'm honest, man, because folks be scamming. His name is Ain't that damn Egypt? The Uncle Cat. That's his name.
Oh,
but
yeah. I know you're talking about. Yeah.
They will tell you Egypt is not black, but they also just remember this. When them people start screaming, cut the check, cut the check, cut the check, the alphabet group, ADOS, right? All of them went to, we African Americans, we Black Americans. We ain't Africans all this time. We got African in our DNA. They all switch up, man. It's all a hustle.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. That's what I was wondering. Was it like some kind of split? Because, I always heard her talk about, the commit thing. And then I didn't know, how to arrest, because I know she wasn't with that group anymore. Yeah.
No, well, I don't know if she still rock with Unc. I know that, but
she still talk about
it. Like you say, you got some problems with her. She be rocking with. She give Tariq Nasheed flowers.
Yeah. She sure do. But yeah, that's what I was just wondering, because I didn't know maybe they had some kind of breakout or something like that. Because I thought they was with the Black Egypt, the Black Kemet thing.
They insult all the black people that came before them. God forbid if you mention Dr. Sebi. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness. Ooh, if you really want to hear her and Unc and them go in, mention Dr. Sebi. Not just
yeah.
saying Dr. Sebi was right about everything, but I know he was right about some things.
That's why I got
And I don't
problems.
think, yeah, they always, man, it's all a scam, it's all a hustle. That's why I said I started having problems with these folks and started having problems with this thing on YouTube. And that's why I say I gotta win. I had to get back to being me. Because ain't none of these folks real. That's why I'm always like, man, they scam and they scam and they scam. And you can just smell them. If you truly just listen to these folks, you can just tell they scamming. But it's like they done fell out with Smash Rockwell. You know, Smash Rockwell was with them too. Smash Rockwell was with him.
I got to get up on him. I hadn't heard of him.
Yeah, he was with the Amin Ra Squad. You remember the rap group, the Hieroglyphics? Do you remember the rap group back in the day, Hieroglyphics?
Yeah, I remember them. Yeah, I remember them.
Okay, Smash Rockwell is Casual from the Hieroglyphics.
Oh, I didn't even know that. You learn. I'm educated now. I ain't know that.
Yeah, he said he been studying this his whole life with his with you know, since he was little. His mama and everything they've been teaching him. I think that's what he said. His mama. Yeah, he started. He said he studied Nubia.
Yeah, I know they came out of the Wapian man.
He really studied on it. Yeah, that's where Unc come from. That New Wapian thing. They all they're all hustling. All of them. This is why, you know, I'm Black YouTube, and I'm gonna say this, and then we can pass the mic. And Black YouTube for the most part is 98% failure. I'm just being honest. YouTube could have been great, but Black YouTube, as far as I'm concerned and what I see, that's why I say I had to start going to different places, seeing and doing different things, because it's like 98% failure. It really showed Black people mentality and how we feel about one another and how we willing to scam one another and how we have the utmost respect for white folk and anybody that ain't Black.
Yeah, to Afro Native World. I used to be into Dr. Mayat for a while there, but like Anthony is saying, and I think Bakari might be saying as well, but Anthony mentioned it squarely. She talks a lot of along a lot of low vibrational viewpoints, man. I forget what it was I was listening to, and I was like, God, I can't believe this is a conscious channel. I forgot what it was. It wasn't that long ago, too. Maybe last year or the year before, and I just couldn't believe it. So, you know, I'm sure she does. You know, it's like it's kind of this human thing, right? That I have an issue with sometimes. It's like, are we gonna be what's the word? Are we gonna
You can't be wishy-washy, you know?
Yeah, you can't be wishy-washy, flip-flopping.
Yeah.
You know, it has to be to elevate. That's my thing. And then to come back and kind of give props to some low vibrational stuff. I'm just not cool with that stuff. But anyway, does anyone want to shout out anything this week? Let's start with Jose. Jose, what you want to shout out this week?
Shout out to you, the panel, and the chat.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Jose. Thanks for coming through. RBG, what you want to shout out this week?
Oh no, I don't have anything. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
No problem. But Bakari, what you want to shout out this week?
What I want to shout out is, look, man, if y'all in the Atlanta area, March 8th, y'all go check out 1738 African Cuisine and More in Powder Springs, Georgia. We will be showing the fight of Anthony Joshua, Nigeria versus Francis Ngannou, Cameroon. And on that undercard, it will be the Bronze Bomber from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Deontay Wilder versus Big Bang Zilly Zane. So so y'all come through. Let's help build these brothers' business up. It's African and African Americans working together. The and more, the African cuisine and more. The and more is they also have African American food, soul food will be on the menu. We'll be on the menu from now on. So y'all come through, check it out, support Black businesses. Hey, look, y'all can go through, check my channel out, and check out shit. I think I got 4 videos on it now. I'm gonna take down 3 of them because I'm starting all the way over. But I had the one on there today with my barber. We call him Pop Benny, but Ogun Bade, talking about African spirituality. So y'all can go through, y'all can check that out.
I seen it.
But that's what I have to shout out. Support Black business. Peace and love.
Appreciate you, Bakari. Anthony, want to shout anything out this week?
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, one thing I want to shout out, man, happy belated birthday to Brother Bakari. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think his birthday, he just had a birthday recently, man. So
That's
happy
right.
birthday.
Happy
Yeah, happy birthday to Brother Bakari. And I want to shout out the Bitter Medicine Podcast and KWAZ Radio and all us, man. You know, all us, because we brothers and sisters, we family. And I want to say thank you for us coming together and normalizing disagreeing to disagree. You know what I'm saying? We could all have a different opinion, but we ain't got to fuss and fight. We ain't got to call each other out their name. We ain't got to act like no high school children. You know what I'm saying? We could disagree to disagree. We need to normalize that. Hey, I don't agree with that, brother, but I still love you. I don't agree with that, sister, but I still love you. And I'll leave it at that, man.
And let me say one more thing before you pass. I'm gonna give a shout out to myself for not cussing the Zulu out this week. He actually said some stuff I agree with.
That's what I was talking about. That's what I said. Bakari the Zulu didn't get into it.
Boy.
I've been going through my self-reflection. I've been talking to. I had to go through certain things. I ain't doing that no more. I ain't got to have that chip on my shoulder no more.
Bakari, at the end of the day, Bakari, we brothers, man, and we love. Hey, I love Brother Bakari. I love Brother Koku. I love Brother Erzuli. You know, and Brother Buana and Black Steel and Pro Black Perspective. And I forget, one other thing. I just put my order in for the Book of Power, so it'll be coming next week.
Oh, shout out!
Okay. I promote it all the time on my IG channel.
Yes, he does actually. You'll be surprised. Anthony shouts out all the shows on his channel, like all the people that we are mutuals with, like Nine Obafemi and stuff like that, who I plan to have on in the next week or two. Also, Bakari, good interview today. Send me the brother's info. I'll connect with him.
Hey, Koku. I connected with that sister. I'm sorry. I connected with that sister, African Unification channel, and I told her about our channel and everything. And I asked her, did she want? She said she wanted to connect.
Yeah,
but I put it on your IG site.
Yeah. I sent her a note. I didn't hear back from her, but I'll follow up with her now.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Pro Black Perspective. Oni, you want to shout anything out this week?
Yeah, I want to shout out my woman in Tanzania. I'll do that because I'm hungry as a mofo right now. She used to cook for me. I don't know if y'all know. Like, I don't know, man. I started eating ramen noodles and stuff. I don't know, man. I can't be living this life, man. I need a wife. I'm sorry. So I'm gonna try to get back out to Tanzania just so I can eat again. Like food, guys. Come on, get the head out of the gutter. All right, you know, Rastaman. I knew that. No, I'm joking. I'm just messing. All right.
I didn't know passport bros have women cook for them.
We didn't know that's what you paid for. We thought it was something else, I guess. We appreciate you though. Thanks for coming through. Only you have a show in the morning?
Oh yeah. This show's gonna be pretty good. So we're gonna talk about Desaline's speech. Obviously, it's not gonna be the direct French translation, but he speaks about this situation in Martinique and Guadeloupe, right? A lot of us don't know about this, especially since we were talking about Guadeloupe last week, matter of fact. But a lot of people don't know that they also tried to do a revolution, and they kind of didn't include the mulattoes. Okay, so it was just Africans, and then they lost, and the French like some of the leaders, the French like blew them up, exploded them on a whatever, right? And so Dessalines was moved by this, and that's part of the reason why in the Haitian Revolution they used mulatto. So in this speech, he talks about it. And I'm gonna just try to read over the speech and just go over that with y'all. But it's pretty interesting, history.
Appreciate that, Oni. We'll tune in. Last but not least, Buana, what you want to shout out this week?
Yeah, first of all, let me say, happy birthday to Uncle Bakari. I didn't know it was his birthday. I know he's going to nightclubs. He be going out to a lot of nightclubs. I hope Brother Bakari ain't going out to nightclubs in his members only jacket. His members only 1987 Dodge jacket on. Trying to get chicks and shit. You gotta. But happy birthday, Uncle Bakari. Happy birthday, brother. Yeah, happy birthday. Also, let me say, oh yes, the Matrix, the matron, and also Uni from time to time. They are introducing the YouTube to Black audio books. Black audio books are extremely important in an age where people don't read books anymore. So the fact that these people are taking their time out to read books that we consider to be a very, very important book, you gotta.
The matron is my hero.
Yeah, Buana seemed to have fallen off. Buana.
Yeah, y'all can hear me?
I don't know.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So what I said is the matron and Oni are introducing the YouTube world to Black books, which we consider to be very important. We don't have audio books out there like we need to. These books we consider in the Black community, in the Black world, very important. And the fact that they're taking their time out to do it, we need to support that. So, if you can support it financially, throw a hand to the matron for reading these books. Throw some money in Oni direction for reading these, what we believe to be very important books, because we don't have any audio books, and the young brothers and sisters, since they don't read anymore, they would listen to the audio books. And the fact that these people are spending their time to do that, throw a hand if you could in their direction financially, if you could. I ain't saying break the bank, but just give them your financial support if you can, in support of them introducing the Black world to audiobooks, because we don't have a lot of these things out here. Lastly, I would say shout out to everybody who contributed on the panel. Everyone did well in giving their insights on different kinds of things. Very, very insightful. Nobody threw a blow. Nobody fight. It was extremely peaceful tonight for the brothers. And I think that we did a good job tonight in introducing our version of good information to the world. So I would just stop it there. And I would say you all be safe, brothers, until next week.
And this is the way it should always be.
Absolutely. I want to thank everyone for hanging out.
Azuli, you heard that right? Azuli, you heard that. This is how it should always be. Azuli.
Us working together, man. If we got to follow this talk. Yeah. I'm sorry, Coco.
No. It's good. Yeah. We should be having conversations, not arguments.
We
thank
family,
everyone who's on the panel tonight. Absolutely. Thank everyone who was on the panel tonight. We had a new guy, Kofi the Critic, was with us tonight. Thanks to him, we had a few new people out in the chat. I didn't shout out the forecast. He was out there. Sister Raw was out there. And someone else I think I missed.
I thought
shout out
today, man.
Oh, okay, good. So shout out to everyone who was there. We'll be back next week. I'll make sure I can be here next week with you guys to hang out. Here's what I'm going to shout out this week. I'm going to shout out what a lot of you guys were talking about earlier, which is this group right here.
Perfection. The number one.
Kindle the essence. Rap ain't about busting caps and fucking bitches. It's about fluency with rhyme and ingenuity. All of this is new to me. See, I be rhyme for scrutiny. Under a microscope, I walk a tightrope. A thin line between insanity and sanity. Mixed with a little vanity. Boosting your morality with pyro hospitality. Soon to strike it rich like calories, salaries. Sounds like a plan. And I will expand hip hop as well. Might even kick a little impromptu to stomp you weaklings. Speaking things foreign to the human ear that you will hear now. You like it or not, or plots. Bring a little light on the situation and all the stipulations. This shit you wasting time on, you pause. It was planned like that, but we can't fight back like David Horowitz and
We'll get a lot of them talking about that good stuff.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.